different regions in different parts of the world. Now, if you look at Brexit as an example, a lot of conversation, a lot of thought, a lot of voting, and in the process, a certain decision obviously was made. If you look at how, for example, Donald Trump looks at this particular data and talks about this data, if you go back to the elephant chart, for someone like him in his communication and possibly his victory rallies, he talked about how the external world is possibly usurping a lot of roles and a lot of jobs out there, right, from the American population. But if you look at the same narrative, the same kind of content, the same kind of data, the same kind of, may not be the same interpretation. If you look at what possibly Bernie Sanders does, speaks about, he talks about the disparity possibly within the nation, right? And this is obviously referring to the 1% and the people not belonging to that 1%. So obviously a lot of this shapes the narrative. And of course, when a lot of these things shape the narrative, a lot of changes in terms of policies, a lot of changes in terms of our approaches, the strategies, a lot of changes in terms of how consumers think. A lot of this then gets shaped as we go forward. So coming to the core reason for why we are talking about this today is about how in India, which is obviously in a resurgent state, is balancing all these efforts. If you look at what India should be trying to do, or what India is already doing here, you have umpteen examples. You have umpteen examples. In this case, one example that I found very, very interesting was the Horticulture Produce Marketing and Processing Corporation. It's had its shares of limitations, constraints. It had its share in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of how quickly they've spread, where do they go, how much warehousing they need to have. But this is one particular brand that has aggregated a lot of the farm produce that exists in certain regions, in this case, obviously Himachal Pradesh and maybe beyond as well. And they've created a kind of a brand. Some people might argue that they could possibly evolve more, with their branding. They could kind of spread it further. But the fact is that this is one big example of how you're using a certain mechanism of your understanding of scale, your understanding of storage, your understanding of warehousing, your understanding of how do you then look at different markets, how do you then change your products or customize your products depending on the nature of the customer. So this is one example that came to my mind. The other thing which India has been doing, let's say for the last few years, is something that industrial clusters in China are kind of reflecting, right? So if you look at the industrial clusters in China, this whole idea of China kind of splits itself up into regions, and these regions essentially have superiority or dynamism or effectiveness in particular kind of processing, in particular kind of industry, in particular kind of demand that they can satiate. And of course, at a global level, and not just at the regional or at the country level, but essentially at the global level. Now, obviously, something like this, as well as something, and I would imagine, China's approach or thought or strategy, to a certain extent, may or may not be influenced by how Italy has been doing that for quite some time. So Italy, if you look at the districts in Italy, you have different kinds of parts of Italy which have reflected a different niche areas that they've contributed towards. This could be, the objective could be for heritage, the objective could be for scale or whatever. But these are very reflective of what India is also trying to do with this whole concept of one district, one product. About 731 districts, more than 30 states, union territories that you're kind of looking at. You're splitting them into special areas. And of course, in the process, you're also trying to create certain policies to enhance the scale, to be able to create certain levels of infrastructure, to be able to ensure that there's enough infrastructure being built, to then ensure the scale happens, or to then ensure that there are linkages between the product, the nature of the product, and of course with the market. This is just an example, a state like Andhra Pradesh as well, how they've looked at their different districts within the state. They're obviously focusing on this a great deal. These are obviously ways and means to be able to then benefit from this whole think around, if you're doing something right, if you're doing something unique, or if you're doing something better than, let's say, some of the other clusters of population, how can you benefit more, whether that be in terms of scale, whether that be in terms of the nature of the market, whether that be in terms of acceptability across a wider region. We all are aware of, Amul, this particular brand. They've, of course, used a great deal of what I would call as marketing efficiency, branding efficiencies, to then propagate themselves across the country. So, in my opinion, they've customized a great deal of the products. They have also been, let's say, influenced by a lot of movement as far as customer needs are concerned. But at the same time, this comes to my mind as an example of a brand, of a company which has been able to, in this case, what I'm aware of is the fact that they've been able to just spend even less than 1%. I may be wrong here, and maybe I'm quoting some slightly older data, but they don't. Their branding efficiency is quite strong, and they don't necessarily spend more than 1% of the overall revenues on their advertising endeavors. But I think this is one brand that came to my mind, wherein is a kind of a combination of what I would call at some levels of global practices, localizing their efforts, and of course in the process propagating themselves. The long and short is that obviously there are certain challenges. Now these challenges could be in terms of raw material. These challenges could be in terms of the production. These challenges could be in terms of transportation, logistics, possibly taxation. A lot of these things are obviously being addressed currently as we speak. Once we are able to remove a lot of these constraints or reduce them, will help in being able to ensure that a lot of the Indian manufacturers, whether you're designing or you're marketing for India or creating for India or you're creating for the world, can then benefit more a great deal. I come back again to that point that you have to have the right product, align the right kind of product with the right kind of strong market linkages as we go forward. So this is essentially what I wanted to speak about this particular topic right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Talwar. Professor Rajendra Sahasrabudhe, he has joined. Sir, forum is for you, sir. Dr. Vishal Talwar, he is a professor and director in IMT, Ghaziabad, and Professor Bipin Gupta is a professor and co-director in California State University.
Hello, Dr. Srivastava, how are you?
Srivastava, sir, your mic is muted, sir.
Sorry, okay, I guess you can hear me now.
Sure, sir.
Yeah,
yes.
I was having a lot of internet trouble, so the IT people came and just fixed it. And I'm trying to get my presentation up and so on. So Dr. Gupta, if you could go next, then I'll take over.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Agrawal, Dr. Anuja, for organizing this. I will take a different perspective and share the power of technology in writing kind of cases which include global and local element. So there will be a lot of dense information because a lot of it has been now taken from ChatGPT. And I'll share kind of how kind of technology can be used to enhance case writing, to accelerate case writing. So all this presentation has been created in a couple of hours, first of all. And you'll see the information. Kind of typically, it will take days to create this kind of presentation if you are doing it without the help of technology. So, that will be advancing global mindset through local case writing. Kind of how do you create a localized case writing? And Dr. Talwar was talking about kind of taking case examples which have local elements that promote kind of global mindset, address kind of global challenges. So the outline is essentially the three forms of cases: the decision cases, the use cases, and investigative cases. Examples of these three cases across different disciplines. Three types of case writings: the live case writing, the digital, and the context rich. And but the written, of course, is more focused on context rich. So take some examples of that, and then writing cases for diverse teaching and learning objectives. So first, in terms of 3 forms of cases. So case is an opportunity for learners to engage with characters in context, understand facts and phases of decisions, and connect with theories, ideals, values, and life experiences. So those are the kind of 3 critical opportunities. It would be useful kind of to keep that in mind. And each of these 3 give rise to 3 different forms. The first is the decision cases. What should a decision maker do given the case scenario? And here the learners are invited to empathize with the characters through role identity after contextual familiarity to discern alternative practices, options, and their value implications. Use cases will decode life phases, character roles, and system characteristics that form the foundation for the eventual outcome, success or failure, and learners are invited to rephrase the story with conceptual clarity. So in the first one, we are focusing on the contextual familiarity, and the second one, the conceptual clarity. And the third one is investigative cases, which open spaces to interact with digital resources. Learners are invited to investigate how diversity of protagonists are creating diverse solutions as the case scenario is taking diverse forms. So this is not from ChatGPT. I will come and I will tell you what is from ChatGPT. So these are 3 different types of cases. And the examples are what kind of I sort of programmed in ChatGPT to give me sort of answers. So this is an example of a decision case, the employee promotion dilemma, which is a decision case. So this is from ChatGPT. So scenario, you are the manager of a mid-sized company that has just experienced a significant increase in business. You have been given task of promoting one of your employees. The 2 employees, they have been working for the same amount of time, have similar qualifications. They are both interested. One is a hard worker who always meet deadlines, but has no experience managing teams. On the other hand, the other one has experience managing teams, is a strong leader, but sometimes can be tardy because they are trying to manage the team and accommodating the team needs, and therefore not always on time. The question is, who would you promote, right? And so of course, when you're writing this case, it's important how do you structure what the case invites students to do. And so here we are inviting students to evaluate options, promote employee A, who is a hard worker. But then are there ways, so we have to structure ways so that the students know that if they do option 1, they need to offer training and mentor support, because this person has no team management skills, has no leadership experience. So there will be need for training and mentor for this person. On the other hand, if you promote employee B, who is the experienced manager with strong leadership skills, so he could be given mentoring role, but there would be somebody who need to make sure that everything's on time. So here, when you're writing case, it's important to then add a role play element where the students are invited to form pairs that represent an experienced and experience-seeking employee. Each learner will have to come up with their proposal as a pair. They negotiate to come up with a mutually beneficial solution so that both the employees are involved. Because if you promote one of them, the other will leave. And the bigger problem is that sends a message to the entire company that the company values the ones who already have experience and doesn't value the ones who are ready for experience, versus the company values the one who are ready for experience, but who has already gained experience. That's not valued. If you care about the employees, that's not valued. So whatever choice you make, it sends a negative message on the other employee, the whole culture of the company. And so unless you make that clear that this is what is expected from the students, the case users, the faculty, will not know how to give that case and what's expected out of that case. And therefore, if you include that role play element, that as a pair, they have to negotiate to come up with a mutually beneficial solution, then it shows that you are trying to create that balancing act that Dr. Talwar was talking about. But if you don't write in the case that you expect students to come up with a beneficial solution, which is mutually acceptable to the two set of employees, then you're creating the polarization, the data that Professor Talwar was talking about. So now you have to make a choice whether you want to create a world which then becomes a data that other people will present, versus you want to create a world which provides a solution so that the world can move away from the data and go to the next step. Okay, so that's your choice. That's the job of the case writer, to decide what kind of world they want to create. When you invite students, you create that space for students to be invited to do certain things with what you're doing. Another example, edition case of marketing, the launch dilemma. The scenario, you are a product manager of a new line of premium coffee products, and the product has been in development for over a year. You have spent a lot of time in creating a high quality product, which is ethically sourced and sustainably produced. But as the launch date approaches, you discover that a competitor is planning to launch a similar product with a slightly lower price point. They have a larger marketing budget, a more established brand. What do? Do you stop your launch, or do you delay it? Okay, or do you continue with your launch? So what do? So proceed with the launch as planned, but after adjusting the price point, this could be one option. Delay the launch and re-strategize by adding a differentiator, preferably one that minimizes or even avoids the delay. So the question is then now again, constituents are invited now to do some kind of research to come up, how do you bridge the gap between these two alternatives? Okay, okay, you expect that there may be a delay, but how can you minimize the delay? And maybe a role play element could be added. The students split into 5 groups, each one present the case for a different differentiator and a cost benefit analysis, eco-friendly packaging, ethical sourcing, additional marketing budget, celebrity endorsement. There could be other elements. And by looking at those elements, then you make a decision. Maybe there is a role panel, sort of CEO role which has been assigned, that allows then the conversation as to how the small companies can create agility to address the resources that larger people have. The 1% people will have 27% of the world's growth they are garnering. So does that mean that everybody else stop growing? Or is there a creative alternative that Mother Nature has created for you that now you need to kind of identify, and you need to mobilize that in the face of this adversity that other person, because of their resources, they have copied your idea. Right. So again, you have to create that space in the case. Just writing a case is not sufficient. You have to keep in mind how the case is going to be used for addressing student learning needs. And unless you provide the structure in the case for students to kind of play that role, for faculty to recognize that your case opens up that opportunity, your case will have limited value. Another case, finance investment dilemma. You work for a hedge fund that specializes in investments in technology sector. Your team has to be presented with the potential opportunity to invest in a startup that has developed a new technology for renewable energy. The startup is seeking $10 million to scale its operations. So after conducting your due diligence, your team is divided whether to invest in this kind of company or not. Okay, so should you pass on the opportunity? And of course, your learning objectives are you are applying financial analysis techniques, understand the importance of due diligence, recognize the role of risk, develop the skills in persuasive communication. So again, the student teams would present the financial projections and potential risk of investment using their investigation of similar companies in the market. So this opens up an investigative element that there could be many renewable energy things, and each student's team will focus on investigating companies which are using a different approach, maybe different inputs for renewable energy, different target markets. Somebody may be focusing on rural market, somebody may be focusing on global market, and what are the risks of each of these options in your context. Because it doesn't matter, maybe in the US, it would be worthwhile to invest $10 million in that kind of business. But in India, it would be worthwhile only if you focus on a particular kind of target segment with a particular kind of input. And unless you contextualize that, you give the students to contextualize the renewable energy in their scenario, you then create a very idealistic approach that renewable energy is always good. Instead of saying that renewable energy is good in my scenario because my city has strong wind power, and therefore if I have wind-based wind-based renewable energy company in my city, in my rural area, then it's going to be successful. It doesn't matter in San Bernardino, we are very solar efficient, and so a solar-based renewable energy can be very efficient, but it's not necessary in Cherrapunji. So creating a cookie cutter kind of ideal that renewable energy is always good is not going to work. You have to define the parameters of that renewable energy in your local context for that to be a global solution. So examples of use cases, so strategy of cost leadership, ABC Corporation, startup and growth. In early years, ABC focused on developing a strong product, establishing a foothold in the market, and they worked tirelessly to secure contracts, efficient production and delivery, but they start facing challenges, rising cost, increased competition. So they identify areas where the cost could be reduced without sacrificing quality. They renegotiated contracts with existing clients, and they looked at more targeted marketing to reach new customers, and they found new ways to streamline operations and reduce waste. Okay, and that allowed them to now grow rapidly. So now again, here in the use case, you're asking students to get a clarity on concepts, not on the context. So here the questions are, what business strategy did ABC Corporation chose in its formative phase? So why did ABC Corporation lose this cost leadership on the way? It was a cost leadership strategy, and why they were not able to sustain their cost leadership? Maybe the competition from China came, maybe competition from rural areas came. It's not necessary the company did not maintain its cost leadership strategy, but there were other competitors who are using new technologies or alternative technologies, alternative labor sources, alternative material sources. And as a result, the company has to lose its advantage. So then what concepts ABC Corporation used to create a sustainable cost leadership strategy? So clarity of production goals, quality and efficiency, reducing waste and streamline operations, focused on marketing strategy, targeting new customers instead of limiting to existing customers. So we know from research that if you focus on existing customers, your existing customers will outgrow you. Their focus will change over time. So you may have to look for new customers. So as company got this clarity, and they were able to then succeed. On the other hand, strategy of benefit leadership. Here, the DEF Corporation, they started with a complex business challenges, innovative solutions, and they secured contracts, and they did the same thing. And then when the competition increased, they found new ways to collaborate with other companies to develop technologies. They created a more targeted strategy to reach out to potential partners. And they had a person who looked at the financial feasibility of collaborative efforts. And they worked with new partners to ensure seamless integration of their products and services. And as a result, they were able to grow into new areas. So both the companies are successful, but again, here, it's a very different approach. The company followed a differentiation or benefit leadership. And why did DEF Corporation pivot to collaborative approach when it began losing its benefit leadership? Because there's only a limit to which you can do your own development. When the world is operating in a network world, everybody is partnering with everyone else, and they are going to be able to develop their technology much faster than the one if you are investing only on your own. So Tesla has been growing leaps and bounds because it uses technology from everybody else. And that's why it says that my technology is open source. Okay, so what concepts DEF Corporation used to create a sustainable benefit leadership, technology and product development collaborations and joint ventures, specific leaders assigned for reaching out to potential partners, evaluating financial feasibility of collaboration and integration of partner products. They had specific leaders assigned to each of these roles. And unless you again help students through your questions that you're asking in the case to kind of focus on these areas. You cannot kind of just put it in case notes. They need to come and become part of your case. So investigative cases, innovative supply chain solutions in India. And so here you're creating a case scenario where a management consultant is working with a major multinational company, wants to now set up a innovative supply chain in India. So here, your case could be that you have been tasked now to investigate supply chain strategies of different companies in India. And you are saying that you should research these firms, Flipkart, Tata Motors, ITC, Amul, Reliance. And the value implications are, how have these solutions improved the overall supply chain performance? How have these solutions impacted customer satisfaction? What are the potential drawbacks and limitations of these solutions? And how can solutions be replicated by a client? So here you're inviting students to go beyond what you have written in the case. But with because these information is available broadly on the net. So you don't need to provide all that information in your case. Right now, students don't have attention span to read long cases. So there's no need for you to provide this information. You can invite students to develop these skills by saying that the company is looking to expand in India. They need innovative solutions. So please kind of investigate these companies. And you can provide websites. You can provide some resources for students to kind of look at that. Similarly, innovative organizational structures in the European Union. So there are diverse organizational structures. There's this company, Butazong, which is known for its decentralized self-management teams. Spotify, known for agile autonomous team structures. Favi, French company known for self-managing organizational structures. There are European, Brazilian, and other kind of companies which are operating in Europe with the innovative ways, which have become role models for European companies. So here, Europe. They are known for its then high model of organization, which emphasizes decentralized decision making and customer centricity. So instead of providing all the information on your own, you can invite students to investigate this using web-based resources by directing them on these names. And that's a much powerful way of introducing students to innovative organizational structures than giving them a huge reading or giving them a case. There are two separate things that you're going to give. Students have no attention span. The students are not willing to read anything anymore. But when you invite them to bridge kind of what you have written with kind of new ideas, the discovery that they're going to do, the discovery-driven mindset, local, what you have localized in your case book, case writing, global, the space that you open to your case writing for students to explore. Okay, so you have to blend that local space and global space in your case. So types of cases, live case, of course, you can write cases live. So you can invite guest speakers, interactive communication with the leader through video conferencing, intense project or cooperation in case challenge, policy analysis, consulting project, and that becomes a case. You are writing case on the go. It's not the case that is written and then used, but you are doing that writing, you're creating that originality as you're working through these cases. So digital cases, cases presented through digital media, modular structure, allows more in-depth analysis, just like in the gaming. And this can be done by institutions very easily through systematic focus, background materials, thematic tags, animation. So all those resources are available. The technology is available in India. It all depends on you collaborating with your alumni and other partners to work on these cases, which can have significant revenue implications for the institution, for you, and for the companies who are collaborating with you on writing these cases. Then writing context-rich written cases, those are traditional cases, source of information, workplace, employee experiences, student placements, your relative or friends' experiences, critical incidents, industry visits, mass media. So why context-rich cases? So you're developing research-oriented skills, identify and recognize problems, distinguish them from symptoms, learn how to differentiate major and minor issues, understand and interpret data, recognize assumptions and inferences, think analytically, critically to assess business patterns, make judgments, understand and assess interpersonal relationships, in business synthesize insights into coherent, articulate, actionable decisions and make different decisions. So again, let's take an example, empowering rural women through entrepreneurship, a startup. So so you're a member of venture capital firm, Rural Women Ventures. It provides training and support for rural women to start and grow their own businesses. There's a significant need for this kind of support, but the company is struggling to attract and retain employees, facing financial difficulties. And the company CEO, who is a strong advocate for the cause, is facing challenges in managing team and maintaining work culture. Okay, so the question is, what should this company do? So you have to analyze the company's business model, so you can provide the business model, and you have to provide company's financial performance so that students can evaluate it. In the case, you have to provide marketing outreach strategies. So this is assess interpersonal relationships. Since there are insights, you have to provide data, and so that these objectives can be met. Okay, so these are skills that you identified. You told ChatGPT that I want a case which addresses these needs. This is my need. Okay, because this is what a case should do. A Harvard case should do this. But this is what you can do with a short case. You don't have to write 20, 50, 100-page case. You can do that in 1-page case. You can do that in 5-page cases. You can do in 10-page cases, because now you have a structure. That this is the context, and this is the data that you need to provide. Okay, so depending on the length of the case that you want to create, you can decide how much of this data you want to provide. But you need to touch upon each of these data points for students to be able to achieve those objectives. Right, so you need to provide financial data, customer data, employee data, marketing data. So these are data that you need to create. And if you don't have the access to data, you may have to fabricate. It's a simulation data. Okay, so this is for teaching purposes. So you fabricate, but this is the data you need for students to do effective decision making. So potential case outline, introduction. You start with the protagonist, give a sense of person making a decision of the critical issue, company background, general info about founding, evolution, key events. You summarize the information needed to make the decision. So that's very important. Whatever you write should focus on what the students are going to do with that data. Industry information, context within which the company operates, what are the economics of the industry, necessary data for analysis, company specifics related to decision, more in-depth information, and summary written to protagonist and clearly state the critical issue. So this is like in a strategy case, a business case, what you will do. Okay, so total case length 7 to 10 pages. So case structure, come for Reebok as an example. So they have this opportunity to sponsor a Human Rights Now campaign. Should they go with this campaign or not? Okay, so decision point you will state in the intro in the very end, and you need to provide the information to make decisions, culture, place in the industry, history, current marketing plans, Human Rights Now too. So you're doing this data, you're providing current ad spending, where is it going? You're providing financials. Okay, so unless you provide all that information, the students are not going to be able to achieve those learning objectives that you have. Okay, so and along the way, you have to introduce all these ideas, because as I said, you have to integrate all three things. You have to create familiarity with the context, but you have to create conceptual clarity. So you have to introduce these terms, but while introducing the terms, you have to explain what these terms are. So that student who has not taken interest in reading the whole chapter, has no time, wants to just jump into the case, because has very busy life, you already can include all that. So your case becomes a self-contained teaching tool. And that's what the 7-page case should do. It should become a self-contained teaching rule where they're clarifying all these concepts and the nuances of all that. Okay, so finally, writing cases to meet diverse teaching objectives. So these are various teaching objectives: engage in learning process, refine knowledge, initiate investigations, introduce new technologies, emphasize quantitative skills, new tools, multicultural perspectives, interdisciplinarity. So for instance, in public policy case, you would want them to develop skills related to policy development, investigations into causes and consequences of urbanization, population growth, new technologies like urban census and data analytics, quantitative skills by requiring students to use data, introduce tools like policy analysis frameworks, stakeholder engagement strategies, develop global and multicultural perspectives, looking at challenges in multicultural cities, and show the value of interdisciplinarity, urban planning, environmental science, sociology. So now you come up with a case. Okay, so cities around the world are facing all these challenges: urbanization, population, multiculturalism. So you have been hired by a city government to promote sustainable development. There is a pollution, infrastructure problems, social inequality. There's a diversity of cultural background. So you have to do all this analysis for your city. So you don't have to provide kind of details. Everybody knows about their city. They need to know about their city. So your case is this: that if you live in whatever Bulandshahr, do this analysis for Bulandshahr. Conduct a thorough analysis of cities' current problems and current policies and infrastructure. Engage with stakeholders, including community groups and businesses, to understand their perspectives and needs. Use data analytics and urban sensors to identify areas of the city with highest levels of population and inadequate infrastructure. Draw on your knowledge of sustainable development principles and best practices around the world. Use a policy analysis framework and create a global context for sustainable development. If your class already has students from different states and different villages of India, or even your state, you can ask students to do analysis of their villages and their cities. Right. So again, the case has to provide that agency to the case users. Because if you close the conversation by providing all the information, this objective will not be achieved. If you're providing information, that needs to be a different case. So you need to understand what objective your case is trying to accomplish. So that different. So in one place you have to provide the entire information. In another place you don't have to provide information. You have to just provide a guidance as to how the information needs to be collected. Okay, transforming healthcare to telemedicine. Okay, so there are many kind of technologies which are being used: telemedicine, video conferencing, other kind of issues, and that they have to do analysis related to that. So you have the choice of either kind of providing that information on your own, or you have a choice to guide students to find that information and then provide resources if needed. Okay, so writing cases for diverse learning objectives, here introducing subject matter, concepts in practitioner context, soft skills, information literacy, communication, collaboration, presentation, and inquiry skills. So what's important is to know these skills. And once you know kind of what you want to achieve, then you can go to technology to help you find cases, create case structures. Okay, so I knew that this needs to be accomplished. And then use technology to kind of get me a business law case, a claim of defective product. As a business law student, you are aware of various legal challenges. A client has now sued your company for a product liability for a defective product. So what you need to do, you need to analyze product design and manufacturing process. So maybe give you a product. If suppose it's a iPhone or a phone, so look at the manufacturing design, look at the manufacturing process of your iPhone. Okay, is the company complying with safety standards and regulations? What's the company's liability for customer injuries? Make recommendation from company's legal team. Okay, so they have to conduct research on product liability, negligence, protection laws in their country. Maybe all different countries, you can assign students different countries to work on these. So you see that product liability laws are different in the US, in China, and other countries. Okay, so again, the case has to provide that agency. If you close it, that do it, this is the fact, then that's it. Or you can say that look at the India, that's it. Or you can say that look at different countries. Okay, apply quantitative skills, potential damages and costs, and inquiry skills. So hypothesizing and all these kind of factors are going to be built in. So finally, in conclusion, writing cases is an art that requires practice, patience, and perseverance. By following the guidance we have discussed today, you can create compelling and thought-provoking local cases that engage your students, prepare them for world challenges. I encourage you to experiment with different formats and techniques, to collaborate with colleagues, students, and practitioners to develop high-quality cases that have a lasting impact on your students and your community. Thank you for attention today. I look forward to seeing your cases in action in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vipin. Let's see. I've unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I was having challenges at my end. I guess the next challenge is whether you'll be able to see my screen. So let's go to that first. And can you see my screen now?
It's clear, sir.
All right, wonderful. So what I want to do is I want to talk a little bit about how we need to worry about the context within which decisions are going to be made. And, we meaning many of the institutions in India have been using cases that have been written abroad. And very often they do not apply, or the context is such that the solutions to those cases, the ideas of those cases are kind of incomplete, and they don't apply to the Indian context. So we need to start looking at the issues within which the decisions are going to be made. Now, what I want to do is kind of take into account the fact that, let's say if you're talking about the digital evolution within India, we're proceeding rather rapidly. We're talking, about the fact that things like UPI, NPCI, ONDC, etc., they're going to change not only India, but they're going to change the world. I think we need to fully understand what is the kind of competition they will be going into. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to first take about 5 minutes to give you a vision of where I think India is going. And then we'll look at my favorite topic, which is value creation and value capture within that context. Okay, so we're growing, but how do we create value, business value, and how do we capture business value, within that context? And of course, we'll then be looking at the role of case studies in doing that. So if I look at what's been going on in India, you'll see that so we've seen a lot of physical infrastructure. Let me actually back up a minute. I don't know how many of you have seen the movie called The Perfect Storm. The Perfect Storm was a movie where there's a fishing boat. It runs into all kind of possible problems it could, whether it was a storm or it was something leaking. So everything that could possibly go wrong goes wrong. I think in India, we're kind of running to the opposite side of the perfect storm. A lot of things that could have gone wrong appear to be going right. And of course, some of it is by intent and because of the hard work being put in by the corporate sector as well as the government sector. So if we look at what's happening in India the last 5 years or so, you'll see a wonderful improvement in physical infrastructure. Whether it's transportation, the airline industry has been growing at almost 20% per year. The railways are now also beginning to improve. The roadways have improved. And of course, there's the information highway that has been put into place. And when I talk about infrastructure, it's also the fact that we now have a national market that has been enabled by GST, as opposed to markets that were fractionated, by the states. At the same time, what is happening is the purchasing power has been increasing in particular segments. So if India is growing at 6%, and then I'm making some rather simple assumptions that if 2/3 of India's GDP increase is coming from urban areas, then the urban areas, which are actually 1/3 of the population, will be growing almost twice as fast as the overall GDP. So it's not surprising then to see that cities like Pune, Jaipur, etc., they are increasing faster than the national average. And the urban area, GDP increase may be more like 10 or 12%. Within the urban areas, the redistribution of wealth is not equal. So more of it is going to the middle class and to the upper middle class. So while the urban areas may be growing at 10 to 12%, the middle class and the upper middle class is growing at more like 15 to 18%. Now, that kind of a rate of growth is very high. And then you have to back into it saying, well, which market segments does it apply to? So if you take the FMCG industry, and you'll see that while India is growing at, let's say, 6%, FMCG is going at between 15 to 18%. Now, what does that mean? It means that for companies like ITC, companies like Dabur, companies like Hindustan Unilever, the growth potential is tremendous because of the purchasing power, for the segments that they appear to be targeting. Third thing that is happening is that the manufacturing base is beginning to improve. The per capita income is increasing at a fairly rapid rate. So if we again look at the 6% GDP growth, I just a month ago met with some very senior officials of large companies, and I asked them, if India is going to grow at 16% now, do you expect it to continue for the next 5 years? And out of the 30, 40 people that were in the room, every hand went up. So if you look at a 6% growth for 5 years, the compound growth is actually more like 43%. Then if you ask the question, where else in the world would you expect to see a 43% growth? The answer is very few places outside of India. So the opportunity is there. Now, on top of it, what we are now beginning to see is that there's an increase in our ability to create value, but also to capture value. So if you look at certain industries, if you look at healthcare, if you look at engineering design and so on, you're seeing a fairly rapid increase in the marketplace. But the question then becomes, what will be our business model as we grow? And we are beginning to see that we are adopting fairly rapidly innovations such as software as a service. There's nothing that stops us from taking products as a service. So there's been a rapid evolution in the marketplace. Now, one would expect with all the digital innovation, and I'll just go to payment systems to narrow it down a little bit. Within payment systems, the improvement, the technological improvement in India is probably ahead of almost most of the world, with possible exception, not possible, with the exception of China. What we've seen in payment systems with UPI and so on is very rapid increase in our capabilities. And when I start comparing the financial payment systems in India, let's say relative to the US, believe it or not, we are way ahead. People are amazed that we can that I can transfer, 3 rupees if I wanted to, or 3,000 rupees, or 3 lakh rupees if I wanted to, from my phone and my account to your account. All this is not possible, for example, in the US at the moment. And partly it's because of the technological edge, but partly because of the controls that they have and the regulatory controls. So we are in many ways, ahead of the US. The question is, if we are ahead of the US, why would the Indian mechanisms not be able to take market share and profitability away from the MasterCards and Visas of the world and from American Express of the world? Can we do it? But then it becomes important to understand that you have to move beyond technology to managing the ecosystems, to the business management. So, for example, the success of MasterCard, and by the way, for those of you who are interested in valuation issues, the price to book ratio for MasterCard is 40-1, meaning that the market capitalization of MasterCard as a company is 40 times the physical assets that they own. So the balance sheet value of MasterCard is only 2.5% of the value of the company MasterCard. So we have to ask the question, what is going on and what makes them appropriate that high a value? To put things in context, if you look at a retailer in India such as Big Bazaar, what they will be doing is getting a margin of roughly about 2% and a turnover of about 15 to 20. So margin multiplied by turnover is going to give them a return on assets of about 30 to 40%. For the same transaction, that Big Bazaar has to have the physical infrastructure, employees, keeping inventory, this, that, and the other, but they are getting a margin of 2 to 2.5%. Visa and MasterCard are also getting 2 to 2.5%. So just look at the difference, all the hard work that is being put in by the retailer, and they get 2%, and MasterCard and Visa for their physical infrastructure, they get 2%. Now, why should India not be appropriating that? So if you take UPI, there was a big debate whether there should be charges for UPI. And the answer is, if Visa and MasterCard can appropriate value, why can't we appropriate value? So with that, I really want to get into this issue of how do we appropriate value. It is not just using technology, it is actually building business models to appropriate value. And value appropriation means that we need to understand, what it is that makes India a great investment environment. Everything has been going right, and last year we had $84 billion in FDI, and large part of that FDI investment is because of the Indian market itself. The second part of it is what India can deliver in terms of global markets. So what we have been doing, what I've been focused on for the last several years is looking at business innovation. And I think we need to look at changes in the way we think. And this is where case studies, come in. We need to look at the environment and we need to take advantage of that. So if you look at valuation issues, this is the value capture part. In many cases, the price to book ratio is well over 4 to 1. If I look at the National Stock Exchange, NSE, the Nifty 50, the price to book ratio is roughly 4 to 1. So meaning for the Indian companies, about 25% of the value is on the balance sheet, 75% is not. And we need to understand what that is. And that is represented in the value of brands and the value of customers, in the value of supply chains that we were talking about, also, of course, human capital and capabilities. So we need to look at value creation and appropriation. In the process, we need to also look at how is that value being created. A lot more of the value is created through R&D and design at one end, and customer solutions and branding at the other end. So for example, if you were to go to the website for Batas, and you started tracking a particular type of shoe, and then you kind of shopped around and went to Nike and started looking for an equivalent shoe, you will not be surprised to find out that a type of shoe that is selling at Batas for maybe 1,400 rupees is selling at 3,000 rupees at Nike. Now you got to ask yourself the question, why? Is it the brand? Is it the design? Is it the ability to influence you? So we need to look at customer solutions and branding, and we're not going to win by simply having the lowest cost. What I'm finding amongst many companies, even globally, but certainly within abroad, that we seem to think that one way of competing is by cutting price. Yes, we've all had economics 101, and yes, by cutting price, you should be able to increase the profitability. But there's a problem. If you look at, let's say, a product market in which the margin is 10%, If you cut price by 5% and your demand goes up by 10% with your price elasticity of 2, you start thinking, this is a price-sensitive market and therefore cutting price helps. The answer is hell no, because in cutting price by 5%, you've dropped the margin from 10% to 5%, which means you've got to have a 100% increase in unit sales in order to offset the margin decrease. So we need to start thinking in cash flows that brands bring to us, that design bring to us, and we are not going to win globally by having the lowest cost. Cost is only one of the factors. The third element we need to focus on is, rather than looking at technology as destroying jobs, we need to start looking at technology and the leveraging of technology in supply chains and so on as helping us create jobs. So these are some of the things that I've been looking at recently, and I want to put it in a context. The context is value creation and value appropriation, and so much of my work has gone into integrating value appropriation and value integration, and this actually goes back to some work I did long time ago with companies like Texas Instruments and Advanced Micro Devices. I'm a big fan of faculty working with industry. You learn a lot by working with industry, and I don't see enough of that interaction going on. I was very fortunate to have the opportunity to work with industry, but that actually happened because I went from undergraduate to master's to PhD, one after the other. And when I started teaching at the University of Texas, I had 0 years of work experience. I was 27 years old at that time, and the average MBA student in my class was 30 years old. They had average of 5 years of experience. I had 0 years of experience. It was embarrassing. In order to get around that problem, I started spending time following senior executives that were alumni from the University of Texas. So I remember following people who were in sales and marketing and getting a better understanding of what these people were actually doing. And that led me to have a better appreciation of what needed to be done in the classroom as well. So the three main issues or processes that we have in generating value is, number one, we need to look at efficiency. So companies like Indigo, companies like Dell, these are the companies where the corporate DNA focuses on efficiency and cost control. So yes, you can create value by being efficient. However, when you start looking at companies like Pfizer, the value creation is actually based on research and innovation and product differentiation. On the other hand, when you start moving to companies like Coca-Cola or Singapore Airlines, the value creation, or Porsche, the value creation is coming from the brand. As an example, if you look at an average Toyota vehicle, the average net margin on a Toyota car is about $2,000, $2,000 US. The average net margin on a Porsche is about $45,000. Now, there isn't that much of a cost difference between a Porsche and a Toyota. In fact, you'll be surprised to know that a significant proportion of Porsche automotive components actually come from Volkswagen. And Porsche owns 30% of Volkswagen. So they're actually using Volkswagen for insourcing. But to make a long story short, Porsche's profitability is based on the willingness of people to pay a high price for the aspiration and the perceived differentiation. It is not based on the cost. What we see is that while 20 years ago, people were talking about the need to focus on core competence, our own C.K. Prahlad is the person who propagated the need to specialize in one area. Either you're efficient or you are focusing on product differentiation, or you're focusing on consumer needs. So his recommendation was look at one out of these three and focus on them. Michael Porter said the same thing. But what we find is if you look at companies that are really, really successful today, they do a pretty darn good job of all three things. So process integration is a way of meeting multifaceted market needs. And that what that does is it allows you to create an ability in the marketplace that is harder for competition to copy you. So today we're looking at multi-process excellence, when 20, 30 years ago, we were looking at core competence. The two other things that we need to worry about is managing business innovation and not just technological innovation. Let me explain, what I mean by that. If you look at the automobile, you and I, if we own an automobile, use the car 1 hour a day, half an hour to work, half an hour to back. The same car, if it is used by a rental agency, is used by 3 or 4 hours a day. The same car, when used in the Ola context or Uber, is being used about 15 hours a day, particularly when you have two drivers sharing the car. So the difference is not in the physical asset itself, the automobile. The difference is in the business, in how the automobile is being used as an asset in creating value. So the rental agency is using it different from Uber and Ola. And that is where the business innovation is kind of coming in. So that was one aspect, value creation. Value appropriation is coming from how are we going to extract value. And we look at any finance book, and they'll tell you that shareholders want you to make money. And this is a paper I did a while ago with my two colleagues, Liam Fahey and Tasmin Sherwani. And so what shareholders want you to do is make more money, enhance cash flows. A bird in hand is better than two in the bush. So if you can make money sooner rather than later, that adds to shareholder value. And if you can make sure it doesn't go away, if you look at the sustainability of those business models, that will enable you to make money over a longer period of time. And then it is the job of the CFO and the CEO to be able to explain to the marketplace, to the investors, why with these strategic investments, whether in property, plant, and equipment, or in human capital, or in brand, or in supply chain efficiencies, and so on, how these investments are going to allow them to make more money faster and making sure it doesn't go away. So these two ideas, value creation, value appropriation, Liam, Tasu, and I, we started talking to companies to see what were the approaches they were taking for value creation and value appropriation. And what I'm going to do is describe to you an interview I did with the chief financial officer at Pfizer to try to understand what was their business model for value creation and value appropriation. And when I walked in, and I asked him the question that if Pfizer had another $1 billion to spend, where would they spend it and why? So he gave me a one-word answer, the molecule. And what he meant was that they would spend it on R&D because the R&D would help them develop a new therapy. And they would then get a patent on it. And that patent will allow them to command premium prices. And that is what is going to lead to long-term cash flow and therefore value. I had done the homework on Pfizer and said, sir, that's great. You're investing a lot in R&D, but you're also investing a lot in alliances and in acquisitions. And why is that you're depending on other people's R&D capabilities in order to win? So his response was, well, you're right. What we have done is we have invested in companies like Warner Lambert to acquire brands like Lipitor. And these brands help us diversify our portfolio of drugs. They also help us enhance the total revenue and cash flow streams that we get. So it's not just R&D, it is also diversification. And what was enabling this diversification was the fact that Pfizer had a very good sales and marketing distribution team. The conversation went further into branding. And so Pfizer was now spending close to $300 to $500 million to promote brands like Lipitor, like Viagra, and so on. And so another way of creating value was through branding. They were spending money on detailing, meaning educating the doctors and the pharmacists why Pfizer products were better. They were spending money on drug testing to accelerate the rate at which drug products would be approved. And that would, of course, accelerate the cash flow stream. The company was not at all interested in supply chain efficiencies, because if your margin is 95%, being out of stock was a big mistake. So what they were spending money on instead was on alliances to make sure that Pfizer products were never out of stock. So they didn't want efficiency, they wanted surplus stocking, if you will. And of course, they were looking at ways in which to manage the website and marketing and influencing the patients to ask the doctors for Pfizer products. They also gathered that they were spending about $300 to $500 million for major drug discovery. Major drug meaning drugs that earned over $1 billion. Spending about $100 to $200 million in enabling the supply chain, manufacturing, and so on, and another $100 to $200 million in sales and marketing. So when I was making these notes, of course, I was scribbling, it wasn't so fancy. I sort of gave him this matrix back. I said, look, what you appear to be doing is not just R&D, but you're also looking at how to get to the market faster. And you're also making sure that your supply chains are always active and that you're never out of stock. Is this what your business model is in terms of your growing your cash flows and to reduce your vulnerability? So his response was, this was a very good way in which he could explain to his own organization what the business model was. So he took the piece of paper I was scribbling on and he said, may I have it? So that was one case analysis, if you will. So now what I'm saying is, yes, this meeting is about case analysis. But the point is, why do we do case studies? We do case studies in order to illustrate certain principles. The principle that I have been illustrating, the area where I focus on, is value creation and value appropriation. So this is the framework that I want my students to understand. And this framework is what can also be used to look at what Pfizer is doing today, what the pharmaceutical industry is doing today. So we can look at how we have AI, artificial intelligence-enabled drug discovery, how we have precision medicines, and how these things are changing the nature of innovation management and how they're also changing the nature of the supply chain. And it's only a question of time before you will have Dr. Alexa telling you what medicines you should be purchasing. So you'll see voice commerce also coming into the medical supply chain. If I move from that, we did interviews with Intel. Intel was, of course, interested in the rate of innovation. We looked at AMD, which they had a business model that was focused on minimizing the inventory and being efficient like Indigo. Or we looked at companies like Samsung, Gillette, the approaches that Apple was taking. So we were surprised to learn, for example, example that this company Gillette was actually an R&D driven company. They were very proud of material science insights that they had, but they looked at material science insights because the quality of their products is, in their opinion, what gives them brand loyalty. So you and I are paying almost double the price for Gillette products compared to other competitors. And Gillette has almost a 70% market share. But they feel that it is because of the product quality, that the Gillette blades will last you forever and ever, and they're kind of buying your loyalty that way. We looked at companies like Unilever, Procter & Gamble. Unilever's philosophy was kind of similar to Porsche. And we looked at companies like Charles Schwab in terms of accelerating growth. We also looked at retailers like Zara and how they were accelerating growth. And we looked at companies like Southwest Airlines and Singapore Airlines, where customer retention was a mechanism for reducing reducing customer turnover, increasing loyalty. And we looked at companies like Microsoft that were giving the product away, meaning letting go short-term profits in order to make the longer-term sales and retention. And we could put the same framework around this. So the point that I'm trying to make is the case studies illustrate certain parts of the framework. Now, this is not implying that a company like Singapore Airlines is only focused on that particular row, which I've labeled as reducing volatility and vulnerability of cash flows. But I think it is important for marketing people to understand that customer retention, brand loyalty, fundamentally is a risk-containing strategy. And when was the last time marketing and salespeople would argue in a board meeting that we are the ones who are reducing risk for the company? Because the biggest risk a company can have is losing your customers. Okay? But fundamentally, brand loyalty, mechanisms for increasing brand loyalty and increasing customer retention leads to an increase in value of the company because it reduces the vulnerability of the company to competition. This framework, just going to fast forward, what we're doing is we're basically saying that, look, if you want to enhance cash flows, you can do it with new products, differentiated products, but you can also enhance cash flows through brand premiums. If you want to accelerate growth, it could be because of time to market, but also getting the market to absorb your products faster. In fact, time to money could be looking to the market faster, getting people to adopt your product faster, and increasing the distribution, increasing time to volume through your supply chain. Similarly, risk containment could be because of hard to copy products. It could also be through customer contracts and brand loyalty. And finally, investments are not just property, plant, and equipment, which are hard, fixed assets that our accounting colleagues are focused on. When you look at investments, customer acquisition is also an investment. And that is why a startup could be spending 120% of revenue on marketing. Why? Because it's an investment for the future. And it should not be looked at just as a short-term expense. Anyway, the idea now is, can we look at case studies, etc., to demonstrate the value of the frameworks? And I am going to, this approach can be used, and we have used it in trying to understand the retailing sector, the financial services sector. And the frameworks can also, once you have a framework, you can actually use it for custom case studies. So about 2.5 years ago, we were looking at Ashok Leyland. Things were going fine until we ran into GST. What did GST do? It meant that trucks kept rolling across the borders from Maharashtra to Gujarat, through Gujarat. and you didn't stop at the border, so you got higher utilization of the trucks. Second, the companies that were involved in logistics started using global positioning systems to better manage their assets. So the truck could have a driver A from point 1 to 2, driver picked up from point 2 to point 3, driver C picked up from point 3 to point 4. So it was like the Wells Fargo of a distribution. So obviously the truck that was being used for 6-7 hours a day started being used maybe 8 hours, 12 hours, 10 hours a day with GST coming in. But with global positioning systems being used effectively, you then went up to close to 15 hours a day of utilization. Then the industry got hit with COVID. Now, what would one expect? One would expect that the sales of trucks would be down, and indeed they were down almost 60%. And therefore, companies like Tata Motors and Ashok Leyland were struggling. This is just 2.5 years ago. So the question is, how do we solve that problem? If the truck is being utilized 15 hours a day, what is going to happen? It's going to break down. And therefore, what you need are support services. If the drivers are also driving all the time, you're going to have to support the drivers. And therefore, what started happening is that the manufacturing industry had to acquire a service orientation in order to succeed in the marketplace. And that also led them into the financial sector in terms of leasing and credit and so on and so forth. But if I go back to the framework, this is where Ashok Leyland was in the first 2 columns, largely the supply chain and product development. But the change in the environment required that the shift to customer engagement and to the service sector. Now, my point is, whether we're talking about value creation or value appropriation, or we're looking at some other issues, we need to understand how the industry is operating. We talk about how working capital is needed in order for growth. Now, when we look at, let's say, the IT sector, we look at the working capital, but we also need to look at the human capital. Just as you need redundancy in availability of money, you also need redundancy in people. So you have to, just as you plan for working capital, you also need to plan for human capital. So we need to understand, what do we mean by in assets? And I think whether we're talking about financial issues, or we're talking, in my case, I've been very focused on value creation and value appropriation. We need to have a close tie with industry to see what they're doing, why are they doing it, how can we help them? And one change that I have made in the way I teach over the last 5 to 10 years is I have started using live cases. I bring in chief executives or the chief operating officer. We lay out the situation, and then we give student teams a live case, and we actually construct the teaching note based on the good ideas that the student teams are able to sometimes bring to the table. So let me stop with that. I think we have also run out of time, and I will turn it over to Dr. Agrawal.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation, and nice presentation by Professor Bipin Gupta and Dr. Talwar. Thank you very much, sir. I think that we can go ahead for next session.
Sir, absolutely enriching experience listening to our expert panel, sir. Dr. Rajan Saxena, Professor Talwar, Dr. Bipin Gupta, many thanks for joining us and for extremely informative address. Very interesting session coming up next. Modern metrics and models for assessing corporate performance, including ESG, CSR, and sustainability. Warm welcome to our distinguished panel of the session. Mr. Richard Reiki, an entrepreneur, board member, and former Chief Executive Officer of KPMG in India. Professor Madhu Vij, Professor, Faculty of Management Studies, FMS Delhi. Mr. Pete Noor, Director, EDAF, EFMD Global, Chair of the EDAF Committee, EFMD. May I now request Mr. Richard Reiki to kindly initiate the session with his address, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. And I was at the last part of Dr. Srivastava's session. I wish I had come earlier. I think it was really an excellent session and some new learnings, at least for me. So today, what we're going to talk about basically is ESG. And how is ESG different from CSR? I mean, there's a lot of confusion. And sustainability, which was, in my view, the earlier form of ESG. It used to be called sustainability, and then we moved to ESG. The way I look at sustainability now, it's got two meanings, actually. One is continuing with the ESG format, and the other one is, are organizations truly sustainable in today's market? I mean, do the business models stand up to the test of time? Are we technologically enabled? How much time, Dr. Raj Agarwal, for this? How much time do I have to speak? Then I'll accordingly, I don't want to overrun that.
So we have 1 hour for the session. We can have an introduction by each of the speaker, and then we can have a discussion questions.
Okay, so should we give opening remarks now, and then, or you'll get an opportunity to do it later?
I mean, the way it's you want.
Okay, so then I'm sorry if I'm going to take a little time, but I've just got a few things around ESG which I'm going to cover. I'll do it very quickly. We all know the environment in which we live. We all know where we are on the environment side. I'm not going to talk about it. But I think what is happening is now the earlier dependence of the world on natural resources is now going away, and we are going in for renewable energy. We are minimizing wastages. We are going for more minimalism. And we're also looking, the world is looking, how do we get down to net zero? And how do we move towards a more circular economy? Some of the good examples here are companies like IKEA, which is trying to move to a circular economy. And then Unilever, which has spoken about sustainability. When it first came, people, there were challenges when Paul Pullman first rolled it out, but now it became a big advantage to them. Commercially, it started doing well, and the company is doing well, as we can all see. So when we are talking about implementing ESG, ESG is environment, social, and governance, just to explain it in case this thing. And while the environment part is very well known and it can be measured, it can be worked on, the S part is still very fuzzy because the measurement metrics are still being worked around it. And of course, the governance part, how do you govern this whole thing, which needs to go into it. So if we are implementing ESG, the first thing that we need to do is we need to set overall goals. What are your overall goals, and what are the measurable outcomes for these goals that you're going to do? And what does success mean to the organization? Who are your stakeholders? And what are the goals and business models? And how will you communicate with the various stakeholders? So this is going to be the first thing. The other one is to create a budget. And when I talk of budget, it means a realistic budget. And how is the company, because if we're going to implement ESG, there's going to be a lot of capital investment. There is going to be other expenses which are going to come, out there. So how do we actually set the goals and the timelines and the return on investment for all these investments that the company will be making? We also need to evaluate all the opportunities that are there. Today, we have to use data automation technology to collect and validate the data, the portfolio that we are going to be looking at, and also the identification of the top and bottom performing assets of the company. So that would have to be seen how it's done. We need to create an ESG framework, which should be, in my view, if it's a bolt-on strategy, it is not going to work. It has to become part of mainframe strategy. And it needs to work like any other financial data that is looked at in the company. We need to look at this in the similar way. Similar reviews need to be carried out. And we have to see how we can enhance our performance. And this is how the company will differentiate itself in the market. And of course, the last but not the least, we need to address the regulatory concerns. A lot of countries around the world have brought in a lot of regulations, which we'll briefly touch upon later, or if somebody else will touch on it, it's not a problem. So when we want to implement ESG, the first thing that we need to do, because this is possibly one of the biggest change management programs that any company can undertake. So they'll have to be narrating the right ESG story. So how do you narrate the story? How do you get people involved into it? How do you build the resilience and the competitive positioning of the company? The boards will have to oversee the ESG disclosures. They would need to consider the various factors that go into it. They need to see that these are aligned with investor expectations. As we know today, a lot of investors will not invest companies which are not ESG compliant, or are moving to being ESG compliant, because those companies which are not going to move to ESG compliance, their funding may be stopped. And we have seen a lot of these companies which have come forward and have actually made these statements quite public. And of course, the robust disclosure processes that will be there. We need to build a sustainability team. And we also have to have the investments that we're going to make. So we will see what all capital investments. We have to also realize that we have limited resources. All companies have limited resources, and see where they have to use. And then the monitoring mechanism of how we're going to monitor this whole thing, and of course, check the progress for improvement. So when we are creating awareness, very important, smart communication, use of gamification. We need to have catchy phrases. I know that whenever any new program is launched, if you have some good catchy phrases, it sticks to the employees, it sticks to people in the company. And holding various ESG sessions, whether it is through town halls or just meeting smaller groups of people, and then regular interaction with all the stakeholders. And so first, what one needs to do is collect as much information as possible from all the employees, from the customers, from the vendors, from everybody as to the expectation of theirs from the ESG point of view. Put all this into a document, understand the needs, see how you're going to work with it, and build a manual, which will be the overall manual of all this information that will put there. The definitions that will go into each of these points need to be very clear, and also the explanation for each item, so that if anybody is looking at any item there, there is no misunderstanding as to what it stands. Secondly, we need to introduce a maker and checker process. So there will be somebody who will create it and somebody who will check it, so that there is authentication of the data which is getting actually built out here. And then when we have to, for the next step, once we are able to bring all this communication into place, we have got the ESG manual built out, everybody's aware of it. We are able to spread it across the organization, including our vendors and the supply chain management, the supply chain group. So we also need to embed the ESG into our thinking, into our goals. So all the senior leaders, board members will need to build their knowledge and capabilities in this area. It's a new area. People will have to learn about it. So this can only be done through various meetings, understanding what other organizations are doing, and learning from each other. Important to understand what is the link between ESG and risk. So what is the risk to an organization if ESG is not implemented properly? And look at the company's impact on society. All companies produce something. So there's no one size, there's no cookie cutter approach that this is the way it is going to work. So each company will have a different way of implementing it. And it depends in which business they are. Accordingly, they will need to do it. Some companies have gone far ahead. They have already started it in a great way. Some companies are still lagging behind. It is important to know that the sustainability risk is recognized at an enterprise level and just not in the small area in which it may be. And we need to allocate the right resources. We need to educate our vendors on the sustainability features, and we need to build trust. This is going to be very important. The other most important thing which is going to be there is how do we train people on ESG? First, the board level, how is the board and senior management trained? Very important trainings which need to get done. I think organizations like AIMA and all can actually have a big role to play in this, of how do one creates the training. Then the vast number of employees which need to be trained on ESG, because they are the ones who are going to implement it. And then the stakeholder engagement training. All the stakeholders, I'm talking of vendors and all that, as to how they are. Because if you're a manufacturing company, even if you're not a manufacturing company, you're a services company, you've got various vendors from whom you buy. What is that? How are they managing their ESG? And when we buy from them, are they ESG compliant or not? Because if they are not, then it impacts you as a company. And then, of course, the reporting and disclosure training, which also is very, very important. So one of the biggest things which gets done while in the company, you've got control over it because that's your company. But how do you go beyond your company? How do you go to your vendors? How do you go through your supply chain? How do you look at their practices? How do you do it? Because please understand, companies have not started existing from today. They've been existing for many years. So some of these vendors could be 20 years old, 30 years old. So how are we going to now get them there? So we'll have to have two sets of vendors, the new vendors and the existing vendors. The existing vendors, we will have to do it in ABC categorization. We will have to see the ones which are high risk. Their purchases are quite high level from them. How do we deal with them? Once we put them in ABC, we need to first deal with the A category, and then we move down to the C category. As far as new vendors are concerned, there will have to be an entire new diligence process put in place before they are onboarded. We already have onboarding mechanisms for vendors. We will need to include the ESG part of it to ensure that they're all ESG compliant before they come on board. The next part of ESG is the S part of it. And so besides looking at environment, now we have to look at the social factors like inclusion, diversity, and equity. And we also have to look at the working conditions of employees, women empowerment, labor standards, human rights, employee engagement, community relationships, and pay equity. So when we talk of inclusion, diversity, and equity, equity is the process which we use to make something fair in which it is. So we need to ensure that the S part, which has been quite badly criticized in various forums, in various magazines as to how do you measure it. And these measurement matrices are being worked on, but it's going to take time before it gets done. But companies will need to work on their own kind of metrics in the meantime. We need to, from the governance point of view, we need to have a head of ESG. Definitely, it cannot be given to head of internal audit or anybody else, or head of risk. There has to be a head of ESG. And this person should be sufficiently senior in the organization because he's going to deal with senior people. He needs to command the respect of where he is. This should be a very independent position. And the reporting structure should be such that the way he reports, he has to report into an independent board committee, which should consist of maximum number of independent directors. I would say all independent directors if possible, but maximum number of independent directors to show the independence. Secondly, this being a new topic, I would encourage companies to put an expert advisory council in place also. So these would consist of experts who are there to guide the company through some of the issues and challenges that may come, and they can get counsel. This head of ESG should be so much empowered that he should have independent meetings alone with this independent board, with no other management person being there. So he could actually be very open in his conversation, or he or she, as to whether they're getting the full support, all the things that were spoken at the board, are they being actually implemented? Or, because as we know in ESG, there's a lot of talk and there's very little action. I'm not saying everywhere, but in many cases, people are just trying to make the headline statement, and then after that, it is the implementation is very, very poor. So I think the person should have this thing, and the board needs to have enough transparency in getting the information on ESG. And for this, you will need a very robust IT system. You'll have to create an IT hub where you collect all this information, because this is a humongous information being collected, which is far beyond financial data. And every year you can't go on creating it. So if you build an IT system, collect it for the first time, then you only update it going forward. So I would encourage companies to put in a completely new IT system on top of their existing ERP or whatever they have. And so therefore the company needs to have strong governance beyond management. And it's about making the correct decision in the current possible decisions, because sometimes, let's be practical, there could be something that you may ideally want, but it may not work out because of the cost and everything else. So there you'll have to be a little bit practical. How does one handle it? And also have to see how the governance in this case is actually tested, because governance is tested in the time of crisis, and how do we actually manage it at that point of time? So when we come of technology features in the ESG reporting, I just thought I'll just give you a few things. Collect the data centrally into a data hub. And a data hub could help in streamlining, providing a centralized platform where all the data entry and ensure that the data is consistent and up to date. Very important. Additionally, data hub can help to ensure that the data is sorted securely and can be assessed easily by stakeholders later on, because it's just not about collecting, but how do you use it? Then you have to maintain an audit trail of human reviewers and approvers, which we spoke about, the maker and checker. So we need to have an audit trail where it can be checked out. And then you should also, the third part, which is very important, prevent greenwashing and other misrepresentations, to show that you are doing ESG and you're doing nothing about it. So there needs to be enough evidence and validation of data to show that you've actually done it and not just this thing it. So what are the reporting standards available? So there's the Global Reporting Initiative, GRI, which is the most popular or one of the more popular ones, is widely used by companies and organizations across the world. Then there is Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, is a non-profit organization, set of industry-specific ESG standards. And then, of course, United Nations Global Impact, UNGC is a voluntary initiative to encourage companies to adopt sustainable and socially responsible practices. And then, of course, there is a task force on climate-related financial disclosures, and then there is a carbon disclosure project. So there are a number of these which are available in India. For example, we have now got the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report brought out by SEBI for the top 100 companies, top 1,000 companies, sorry, by market cap. So first, the top 1,000 companies will be covered, and in next few years, all the companies will get covered over the next 5 years, including LLPs, just not corporates, but including LLPs will be covered under these reporting standards. They've been lenient in the first 1 or 2 years, but afterwards they're going to become very strict about it. And the BRSR consists of 141 disclosures requiring approximately 450 data points to be collected across the organization. 25% disclosures relate to environment, 40% relate to the social, and 35% relate to governance. So this is broadly what BRSR is in the Indian context. The roadmap ahead, we have the IFRS, which is the International Financial Reporting Standards, which has been developing a sustainability reporting standard through the International Sustainability Standards Board. So they are working, trying to standardize this. You see, because like when we didn't have IFRS, every country had their own accounting standards and everybody followed. Today, UAE has their own standard, India has their own standard, Europe has their own standard. So everybody, so if you want to measure a company globally, you don't know what exactly, are you looking at the same set of data or not? So they are working on this. Hopefully this will come out soon. And so once they become mainstream and it is accepted by everybody, then you will get a standardization of ESG reporting, and from there we can move. So I thought this is all that I had to say now at the beginning. Maybe later on can take on any other questions that may come. Thank you very much.
May I request Dr. Vish to please share your views?
Yeah, okay. So hi, good afternoon, and very, very warm welcome to my panelists, Mr. Richard Reiki, Mr. Pierre Knudge, And thank you to Anuja and Dr. Raj Agarwal for giving us this opportunity. Let me congratulate Mr. Richard Ricky. It was wonderful listening to you. And I think the kind of exposure you come from, the kind of learning you have, and the kind of, I think, it's more a hands-on kind of an experience. I think good learning. I've also improved my learning on ESG. So I will add on to what Sir Richard has said. And my focus is going to be a little different. I'm going to talk very briefly on the emerging focus of ESG and CSR, just to set the context. Then a little on, are they related? Are they different? As Mr. Richard Ricky also mentioned, what is the kind of relationship we have with them? Then a little piece on the challenges, which India is facing to move towards a sustainable country. And then there's a little portion which I have picked up being an academician. We are always interested in ratings. So how these credit ratings work. And I've personally done a lot of credit ratings for countries. Now, if we could evaluate the ESG process and take cues from there, so how a CRISIL is doing in the Indian context, or how an S&P, or let us say Moody's, or other important agencies are trying to work out a score. I do remember when we did in fact, one of my PhD students did a very good work on corporate governance, and we realized that we need to make an index. We need to form an index which gives us one figure. I'm not saying very exact or whatever, but gives us a figure which helps us to understand, the parameters involved, and if we could do some kind of, comparison. Okay. And then the process of ESG for a bank. So very little, in terms of how you could do it, the whole working for a bank. Just to add on a little, it's the Companies Act 2013, which introduced, this whole concept of ESG, and it made it mandatory for the board of directors to, to include a report on the conservation of energy along with the financial statement. The BRSR statement, which Mr. Richard was mentioning, which has been recently introduced. This is also for the listed companies, and, what was being mentioned on IFRS. They are the best practices. And if I take it a little further, RBI also follows the Basel Accord. And it's not mandatory for us. It's mandatory for the European banks. But the argument by RBI is, if they are best banking practices, why not adopt them? So it's precisely in that context that, our regulators are looking at best international practices on standardized disclosures on the various ESG parameters. And here we will look at both internal and external best reporting practices. Now, ESG, we all know, has become an integral part of the business and the investment strategy. So as Richard also mentioned, to get your project approved, to get the funding done, you need to be ESG compliant. So I think it's no more a choice. And if it's not a choice, then we need to accept it and decide what is the best method in which our company could adopt ESG. So, you find that all the companies are trying to integrate the sustainability, environmental, and the social criteria into their vision, mission, and the corporate strategies. So one reason is the regulatory part, but there could be other reasons also. It's the consumer sentiment also. It's the competitive pressure also. And above all, I would say it's a brand building also. So if you say my company is ESG compliant and my company has a good ESG score, then I think it talks a lot about the company. Yes, there is, very rightly said, a little confusion between ESG and CSR. CSR has been there for a very long time. ESG, I would say, and in that sense, I felt the whole discussion is centered around very appropriate. When you say modern metrics and models for assessing the performance, ESG provides quantitative measure of sustainability, whereas CSR focuses on let's say something like lowering the carbon footprints. You also engage with charities. So if I put it very, very approximately, ESG is a little more external and CSR is a little more internal. Now, if we do accept that ESG is currently the matrix for corporate performance, and if I could say it has overtaken CSR as a measure of sustainability, So this is where we stand. So this is a little context, which should set the tone for what I would like to say further. Very little on the challenges which India is facing to become a sustainable economy. So, they list out a lot. So something like, so if I can just rattle off a few points, it could be the urbanization, the rapid urbanization, which is leading to increased energy consumption, pollution, waste generation, or the air pollution. I think we in Delhi absolutely understand about air pollution, or the water scarcity, which is due to the climate change, overuse of water resources, or the energy security, or the waste management, which has become very important, which ultimately leads to the environmental pollution or the climate change. Now, all these are factors which I would say most of the companies do build this into their ESG framework, and ultimately how they are taken into account. Now, the point here is that a lot of times extreme weather conditions, may or may not be, it's not possible to build all this into the ESG rating or the framework which we want. In addition here, I can very briefly also mention the European Green Deal, which is a comprehensive plan launched by the European Commission in 2019 to make Europe the first climate neutral continent by 2050. And the aim here is to achieve a net zero greenhouse emissions by 2015. Now, yes, as was being mentioned, there will be a number of policy in place, like promoting a circular economy, or promoting biodiversity, or achieving, a toxic-free environment, or reduce emissions. And in addition to this, let me also mention the National Solar Mission, a flagship initiative by our own government in 2010. And that also has been a great success, wherein the focus has been to promote solar power, to promote a lot of research in the solar technology. Now, coming to the main context of my discussion here, how do we evaluate ESG? If we are going to take the help of ratings here, what do ratings do? How do they work in practice? And how can we measure it? Now, in the context of risk, the way risk has also evolved after the Companies Act 2013. And I remember a very important line which was being said for risk at that time, which becomes true for ratings here also. If you do not measure it, you cannot manage it. So if you will not measure ESG, even whether there are approximations, how will you manage it? Okay. So that is one. Now I'm reading a few questions in the box. Yes, some of them I could answer maybe later at the end of the discussion. Okay. So we have a lot of agencies, like I was mentioning earlier, Standard & Poor's, Fitch, Moody's, CRISIL, MSI, which are looking at the ESG. Now, the important point here is each one of them has a different criteria, which is both good and bad. Okay. So there is a different set of criteria and everything is qualitative. So it could be an AAA or an A, which is absolutely the way credit rating is. Ultimately, what are we trying to do when we formulate? And I'm also going to discuss briefly a plan here. Ultimately, our help or the focus when we talk about credit rating here is to provide an impartial judgment, assess the credit worthiness of the various risks or the various parameters of ESG. Now, the only word of caution here is that we have had the global financial crisis. We have understood the role of the credit rating agencies there. So, and we talk of very well-respected agencies like a Standard & Poor's and Moody. And then we also talk about differences in the auditor and CRAs. CRAs say, I'm only giving an opinion. So you can't hold them responsible. But fortunately, SEC has gone out of its way to hold Moody's and Standard & Poor's responsible for the fraudulent rating which they gave during the global financial crisis. You know, the idea is the investors should be confident of the ratings given. Now, how do these ratings take place? Now, please remember, I'm also relying a little on information, a little on what you talk, and doing a little more review of literature, as I would say. So a lot of these agencies gather information from multiple sources. The sources could be government, the sources could be public, the sources could be media, the sources could be an NGO. And the way we do it for countries, we also do a questionnaire analysis. So the good part is that, again, if I just mention very briefly the global financial crisis, the basic criticism was the modeling, the quantitative part. So we don't want to have that criticism here. So we say, let us have both the quantitative and the qualitative parameters. So the qualitative comes from questionnaire and the quantitative comes from the various published sources. I was reading about a ratio, typically, So when we are evaluating a company, when we are looking at ESG, since we are relating it to company performance, we talk a lot of times on the price-earning ratio. Now, I'm not going to mention the price-earning ratio. There's a little difference. But the important ratio which ESG, calculation of ESG or finding out a code for ESG, which is taken into account, is the enterprise value over the EBITDA, which means enterprise value in the numerator, which determines the firm's total value, and the interest and taxes and depreciation, and which measures the firm's overall financial performance and profitability. Okay. Again, it is said, what should be a good ratio? So the way we argue is, should not be very high, should not be very low, because if it's very high, the company could be overvalued and so on and so forth. So they say a healthy ratio could be somewhere between 10 or so. Okay. But we do find that when you look at the whole ESG calculation, they're tending to use both the PE and EV multiple, and what is the right norm? What should be the ratio? I think all these will tend to evolve as the process becomes a little more firm. The other point which I like to make here is that since we are relying on published data, publicly available, and since we are also using questionnaire, the data is going to be fuzzy. And if the data is fuzzy, you know that we need to keep that into account when we are trying to look at and evaluate. Having said all that, it is still accepted that the enterprise value over the EBITDA is a great measure, of valuation. And it is also said, that when you are looking at ESG and when you're looking at other components also, let's say something like a merger and an acquisition, then, this ratio becomes very meaningful. In fact, it is said that, for service companies or for capital intensive companies, like a telecom or an e-commerce, this ratio could be a lot more helpful. Now, coming to the ratings, I was looking at, CRISIL also gives ESG ratings apart from the international agencies. And as we just said, the methodology by each one of them is different. So the question here is, does the ESG score of a company have a measurable impact on its market value? So whatever is the score, will it have some kind of impact on how sustainable the company is? Or what kind of scoring would we give under the ESG? A lot of studies. So see, there cannot be one kind of conclusion here, but a lot of studies support the existence of an ESG value premium, which means that if your ESG score is good, then your valuation could be 1.2 or 1.5 times higher. These are again approximations. And, this study also talks of that if your ESG score is, let's say, 10 today, and it goes up to, let's say, 15. So your, the multiple of this ratio or your public perception could go up by 1.8x or 2 times. Now, these could be just numbers. The only important dimension here is the premium which is placed on the ESG valuation here. Let me just another 5 minutes and I should wind up. Does ESG create value? Yes, it does. And as was also said, there is no one size fits all. So how do you compare it across companies? How do you compare it across industries? For ESG, it is always said the comparison can be only within the sector. So I cannot compare an A sector with a B sector. So if I'm talking of a pharmaceutical, I'll only compare it amongst the pharmaceutical sector. So how do you set standards? The standards, again, would be, you take the best performing company, and then maybe that helps us to set the standard. Now, Professor Rekhi was also mentioning about the different components. Environment, 45%, social, 30%, and governance is 25%. It is well accepted when we talk of ratings that we never tend to give the same weights. So if we are not giving the same weights, then when we list out the factors, how or what weightage should we give to them? Like again, if you have seen the way credit ratings for a country happens, they give a highest weighting to political risk, then to economic, and then to social or environmental. Now here, if environmental is given 45%, I think it's fair enough, because environment has the main role, like carbon credits, carbon emissions, how clean my environment is. These ratings have become popular. And as I said, you could use the Delphi technique or the questionnaire technique to understand this. Very quickly, a little on the case study of a bank. Now, I'll not go into the details of all the factors, but when you are looking at the board management quality, generally you will look at board composition, shareholders' rights, executive compensation. So I don't need to go into details about each of them. Board composition could be the representation of, let's say, a women representation, or the size, how many independent directors, what has been the term, what is their diversification in terms of knowledge, etc. Nationality also. Shareholders' right could mean the transparency, etc. And executive compensation in terms of financial and non-financial indicators. Typically, what happens in a bank, board management quality, and the second indicator they calculate is the operational risk component. Now, the operational risk is about systems and processes. It was operational risk has been first recognized way back by the Basel Accord. And it is specific with respect to the banking sector. So they talk of an interest rate risk, a liquidity risk, or a foreign exchange risk, or a volatility risk. And then, like I was also doing some work on preparing this index for a bank. We thought we'll give 60% weightage to board quality and 40% to the operational risk component. The basic other part here is when, like an S&P, like a Standard & Poor, talks of, so this is a little more general, I'm just moving away from the bank, keeping in view the time part of it. They have also listed, so, we have also picked up these factors from the Standard & Poor listing, where they have also talked of composition, diversity, gender diversity, operational risk. They talk of wastewater, water management, etc., etc. So I would say we have done a lot. India has done a lot on ESG. There have been so many discussions, forums like this, when we are talking about our viewpoints. But I think we still have to go a way forward here. But thank you. And if there are questions, I'll be happy to take. And maybe if we get the time, I would add on a little later. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes, Mr. Peter, yeah, your presentation.
Yeah. Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm from South Africa, so I have a very special relationship with India. We're in the BRICS together, so always good to meet my Indian colleagues, although I'm now partially based in Europe. As you can see at the back of my screen, I am part-time involved with the European Foundation for Management Development. We have about 960 business schools that are in the, members of our organization, our foundation. A lot of them also from India, but we still want to grow our members there because we want to learn also from India. That's why we are supporting this initiative today. I was very honored to speak together with Mr. Richie Lickley and Prof Vici. Thank you very much. You already said a lot. I thought to make my presentation quite simple, and that is to tell you, in the EFMD, with more than 900 business schools in our system, and we accredit some of them, do we also bring ESG into the accreditation? Because Sir Richie, you would know when students leave us, they go to your places like KPOG, and the question is, what do we do before they enter the business, or when they are already in business for the MBAs or executive MBA? What do we do to influence their thinking so that ESG becomes part of the education system? So I will put on my hat now as a person who tell you a little case study, because this is what this conference is all about. What do we do when we look at an academic program within a business school to see whether the ESG matters are there? And for that, I'm going to share my screen just very quickly with you. I will run through this very quickly for the sake of our time, don't worry. So there we go. I'm talking about assessing ethics, responsibility, and sustainability in academic programs. And we all know that the confusion around the terms, my two colleagues already referred to that, comes a very long way. You know, in the olden days, when in the time of Milton Friedman, the main responsibility of a company was to increase shareholder value. Later, about 14 years later, we say, no, not only the shareholder value, Mr. Richard referred to that as well, but also stakeholder value. So suddenly the responsibility became bigger. Then Prof Vijay referred to that. Then came the whole debate around corporate social responsibility around about 1991. And then the United Nations for the first time brought eco-responsibility into the system with the famous conference in Rio de Janeiro. The first one, we know the last one was just recently here in Ireland, bring eco-responsibility into the business world. And then the UN Global Compact in 2004 said, no, we must also make business responsible for human rights. They must also be active in anti-corruption. Prof Vijay refers to banks, as you know, Prof, how strong the rules are about money and money laundering. That's all part of this anti-corruption. And then the whole idea came forward that businesses should create shared social value. We should use the knowledge of business to create social value for the totality of society. Then came the famous sustainability goals in 2016. As we know, they have very specific measurements over all 16 of those development goals. With the 17th one is for the cooperation around them. And then with the war or the limited military operation, depending on your political thing in Ukraine, we suddenly see businesses are required to become involved in politics, in sanctions, trying to make peace and so forth. So I think my two colleagues was 100% right to say, when we talk about ESG, it can mean many things. And I just quickly show you the last 40, 50 years, how this concept actually expanded. So what do we do in the EFMD when we look at a program? If we want to accredit it, you will not be able to get accreditation unless you have shown qualitatively and quantitatively that you are giving attention to this. So firstly, I just want to show you what our overall idea is. You must create a perspective. We call it ERS, but it's ESG. If you want to ethics, responsibility, sustainability, it must be integrated into your management education so that your future local and international managers can contribute to social well-being, but also to planetary sustainability. So within the EFM, we say, this is the overall idea that lies behind designing a program. So we would expect a business school to say it's part of our vision and purpose. ESG is written into our mission. And then Mr. Richard Reckie referred to the whole idea of strategy and objectives. And Prof Vijay referred to the idea that you need to have very specific baseline on which you can measure, otherwise you cannot properly manage it in your strategy and your objectives. So if we look at the kind of policies we would expect a school to have, there must be a code of conduct for the staff, there must be a policy on academic integrity, because as we know with online learning and with ChatGPT, the whole idea of who is the author of assignments is becoming important. So a very strong anti-plagiarism issue. You must have a social media policy. We expect you to have a data privacy policy, not sell your data of your students to anybody outside. And obviously, Sir Richard referred to the question of inclusivity, affirmative action, diversity, and in some cases also making sure that a proportion of your staff is represented with people with different abilities. So when we come to look at the specific program, the first is who gets access to the program. And here we would like to see what kind of ESG considerations around inclusion, diversity and representativity already is taken into account in the access and admission policy. And I think Sir Richard referred to the idea of, do we want more business, women in business? We want previously excluded people. I come from South Africa. We had a policy of apartheid for many years. So in many cases, our indigenous Black population were excluded. So we now have policies at a business school level to ensure that we have special access and admission rules to include them, so that once the students are in the program, you have a very good diversity profile of gender, of age, of nationality, and of work experience. So the beautiful thing about a good ESG program is there are people of different ages, they come from different countries, some are accountants, some are doctors, some are engineers, different work experience that contribute to the multicultural learning experience. Now, if you are in the program, the question is, what is the content? And obviously, we would like to see the ESG in the content, either in an elective module, a compulsory module, a core module, or what I think is the most mature way is an integral transversal content, so that ESG is in marketing, ESG is in strategy, ESG is in every single dimension of your total academic program. So they must be clear in your objectives of the program. Your intended learning outcomes must be clear about ESG. The curriculum design must be that. Sustainability must be included in the program. And obviously, we also believe that character formation and ethical decision-making is very important as part of the personal development of students. We in the EFMD do not believe that people cannot change. We believe that the younger students, say 18, 19 years old, who come in for your undergraduates, they are very much to be influenced around their ethical thinking. But all of us can change. Even at an older age like myself, we can have new insights into ethics, into responsibility, into sustainability, and that character formation is very, very important. Then obviously the learning experience. How are transferable intellectual skills developed in the students? Do we teach them how to act ethically? Do we help them to make responsible decision-making? And do we help them to understand what does sustainability means in terms of running a business as a future manager? So our learning formats must help students to gain that responsibility. For instance, in our case, in my own school where I was the dean, if you do an MBA with us, in the last part of your MBA project, you will link up with an NGO. You will work with them to develop a strategy for them to become better. And in that way, you are exposed to the social problems of society and bring that back into the learning before you get your degree. Project work becomes very important in social and environmental causes. The idea of diversity management is so important. You learn that by having diverse views in the classroom. Many of our students say, I learn more from my fellow students than necessarily from the professors, exactly because of the diversity of cultures. And then we bring extracurricular opportunities in. Our students can on Saturdays go and work in NGOs. They can become involved in community interaction. In that way, their mind is shaped around the broader social problems of society. And then obviously also research work on ESG. We expect the school to tell us in year 2020, 35% of our research was related to ESG. Now in 2023, that 25% has gone up to 32 or 35%. So it's a measurable objective to make sure that research is done on ESG related topics and they report on that. Then obviously the international aspect is important. Do we link up with a global principles for responsible management, the global idea of the reporting standards to which both Richard and Prof Vijay referred? We train our students in these measures because we want them, when they become managers in the middle and in the top, to understand the global standards around reporting on ESG. And then obviously, I'm almost finished, you must show in your outcomes that in fact your student has developed the graduate attributes that you say they will. We have a very strict system of learning outcome control. so that we expect an academic program to show, if you say that a student will learn critical thinking in ethicals, a way that is tested and reported on in the end, so that we are sure that you reach your goals. Lastly, we expect our programs to continue their improvement cycles. As we know, the content of ethics or ESG matters are changing very fast. At the moment, artificial intelligence becoming a big issue. The relationship between business and peace becoming a very, very big issue. The whole issue after COVID about business and mental health or staff wellness are becoming important issues for ESG. So it's not only the environment. I think Mr. Richard referred to the S, the social. I think those are becoming important. I already referred to the Global Compact, the assessment about measuring the SDGs, the SULI test, which you can look up on Google if you want to test your students for their literacy. So at this point, I can just say that the EFMD, with almost 1,000 members of business schools around the world, we take this, Richard and Prof Vijay, we take this very seriously, so that in the training, education part, the ESG is already built in. We will not accredit you unless you take that seriously. And we look forward to your assistance for more measurable tools. We are not yet good enough, I think, Richard and Madhu, to measure it objectively, but we're getting there slowly. Thank you very much, and good luck to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. P. We may have 2-3 questions I have written because this next session is going to start. So for 2-3 minutes. So this is first question is this, that ESG apply to which organization in India? Earlier organizations which have used this ESG, and then this carbon credit, this any role they have in rating. And third question is this, that ESG applied to service organizations, like this is applied in manufacturing organizations. So I think that this Professor Bez or anybody
can I just come for one of the questions?
Yeah, of
Dr.
course,
Raj?
of course.
Is it okay, Dr. Vich? Can I come?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I think the companies which are, according to publicly available information, that are doing well on ESG, or the early adopters of ESG, are Tata Chemicals, Infosys, services company, Tech Mahindra, again a services company, Tata Steel, which is manufacturing, and then Wipro, then HUL. There are many more companies. I've just named a few companies here who have been early adopters of this. Though the reporting, as Dr. Vij said, it started from 2013 onwards, where companies were asked to report. But I think people need to move from tick in the box to actually adopting it in spirit. And I think that's where I think all the speakers spoke on that. So services companies are very much in the thick of ESG. It applies to banks, it applies to all service companies. So answering that question, in fact, that is going to be a differentiator. And I think enough has been said by Dr. Vij on the rating agencies. But I want to emphasize one point here, because what many people don't realize, like in corporate governance, all the companies which got rated high on corporate governance got very good valuations. So I can see that happening. Also, it will help you getting lower funding. Your finance rates will fall, and so your company will become more profitable. So I just thought I'll end there on those. Dr. Vij or Pete, if you want to add, you can.
Absolutely. I'll just add a little. Very rightly, you have given the companies which are using ESG. And the companies are doing a lot for reducing the emissions. In fact, credit rating agencies typically factor in the impact of carbon emission taxes. And the other point here is, when you talk of climate change, the climate change also takes into account the carbon credits, and it talks of greenhouse gas emissions, etc., etc. So I think absolutely it is being taken into account. And just a little question, which one of the questions which is there on the chat is asked me to share very little on ESG and writing in the context for case writers. Let me tell you, it's absolutely, absolutely possible, because, when you talk of environmental, you can, as Mr. Piet was saying, you know, I know when we do a NAC credit rating, we have a range from 0 to 4. So similarly, I think here when you prepare a questionnaire for the bank, the rating was from, I mean, the scale was from 0 to 3. You could have a 5-point scale. And you could have environmental factors like carbon footprints, climate policies, natural resources, etc., etc. Similarly, you could have the second criteria as social criteria. And then you could talk about consumer protection, etc., etc. Or even supply chain management, which has become so important these days, e-commerce. And then the governance. In fact, in social criteria, you could also talk of health, you know, the air pollution, the cleanliness. And then in governance, you could definitely talk of accounting practices, board of directors, diversity, etc., etc. So you could prepare a questionnaire like this, and then the studies you could, you know, analyze. I mean, the results you could analyze with the help of PLSAM, or there are n number of software available. You could get great results. So I think all this is doable.
Thank you, Dr. Biz, for your very enlightening answer about this case writing approach. Thank you, Mr. Richard Reiki. Thank you, Mr. Pete. We are going to start the next session. So fine. And any comment from Mr. Pete? Any final comment from?
No, just to say that we do a lot of case studies in the business schools around ESG, exactly on the bad examples where things went wrong with governance or so forth, but also on the good examples to create models. So it's part of the academic enterprise. We also have journals now who specialize in case studies, and we include the ESG there. And India is on the scale as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for giving us an opportunity. Lovely hearing to all the panelists. Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yes,
Bye.
Soumya, it is Dr. Anuja or Soumya.
Sir.
Next session.
Pete sir, Richard sir, Madhu ma'am, a very comprehensive and enriching presentation by all of you. Thank you so much for your presence. A sincere thanks on behalf of ICRC to all of you.
Thank you.
We now move on to the next session. Leveraging digital technology and artificial intelligence in organization. That is the theme of our next session. Let me share with you once again the theme of the session. Leveraging digital technology and artificial intelligence in organizations. We welcome our expert speakers of the session. Professor M.D. Agrawal, past President, Bombay Management Association, visiting Professor, IIT Bombay, Program Director, Digital Transformation, All India Management Association. Professor Saji Gopinath, Vice Chancellor, Digital University of Kerala, Additional Charge, APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Kerala, and Mr. Karthik Sharma, founder and CEO of Agnitude. With this, I am handing over the session to Mr. Karthik Sharma.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, I was not being allowed to unmute myself. Thank you for doing that. I hope I am audible.
Yes, you are, Karthik, absolutely.
Professor Gopinath, has he joined? Okay, we can start.
Sir is joining in a minute, 2-3 minutes, sir. We can start the session now.
Sure. So while Sir joins, I just wanted to quickly share that in today's session, what I wanted to focus on was see how we can actually use generative AI and related tools in our workplace. So maybe take a couple of examples and as a case study that how immediately in our workplace, starting today, we can in a little small way start using different components. So one of the commonly used framework, as we all know, is OpenAI, in which they have a suite of plugins and tools which can be used. And along with that, there are other generative AI tools as well around text, video, and images, which I wanted to talk through quickly and maybe take you through and show that what's possible. So if you allow me, I'll quickly share a small video. And Anuja, just let me know if the sound is also audible.
Hi, everyone.
Yes.
Do you know that you can create a simple, engaging video using AI without the need for any script, actors, or any production support? Sounds unbelievable, right? Let me show you how it can be done. Using AI tools such as ChatGPT and Synthesia AI, you can do storyboarding as well video production in a matter of seconds. Let's first use ChatGPT to generate relevant content using our prompt. In this case, it is being asked to create learning content for ChatGPT. Using existing templates or custom storyline, create scenes with relevant text and images. Add background music, as well as any audio messages to make the video interactive. Let's quickly review how we did it. Simply, start by generating your content in ChatGPT using prompts. Then generate storyline and scene in Synthesia AI.
So
And
this
just like
video,
that, you've made your video.
I created without any production support, any script, in 30 seconds using all these three tools. So you can simply create a production quality video using real or real-like actors and script with music, theme, templates, background, without the need for any expertise in any of these fields. And I'll just quickly show you as well in a small presentation that how you can actually develop this as well. So let me know, Anuja, if my screen is visible.
Yes.
Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah. So with this, I want to share that, and I'm sure you're all aware of, right? For whether it's business, whether you're an academician, or you are a student, or you are a sort of a professional, you all need to create content, right? And that content could be in the form of engaging videos. Video is almost 70% of entire content which is consumed across social media. So simply creating content in this rich media format using AI, I'm sure will be a lot of value. And without any expertise, no special computer, no special resources, and at near zero cost. So that's what I wanted to share with you. So simply, let's say we have a problem statement where Karthik has to create a custom image for his project. And what are the options do I have currently, right? I can search images in various paid tools like Getty Images, Shutterstock, or I can use Google Images, but there are copyright issues around it. Or I can have a freelancer to make it and I have to pay for it, right? What if I can use AI for creating custom images? Now you can create custom images just using a simple prompt in 60 seconds, right? You can use tools like Midjourney and DALL-E and simply give them a prompt. Now, many people say that why I need to use these tools with a Google search, because in this you can create custom images. Let's say if I want to create an image in which we are discussing, case study, and my peers are robots. If you have to search this kind of a discrete image, it's very difficult to search in Google, right? Because there's too much of Boolean search to be done. But in this, you can give custom text prompt and get on-demand image. So let's say here I searched AI teaching AI to AI, which is very abstract, right? Hard to find images for that. But in this, I can create custom images for such an abstract topic as well using AI tools. And then I can edit these images as well using all the basic mechanisms like cropping, changing background color, editing or superimposing text on top of these images, and add custom image on top of this image as well. So complete control of the end image I can do using AI. And I can create multiple variations of the same image. So you created it, you can edit it, superimpose, as well as create multiple variations of this image, all for free. And then you can publish and share it integrated with Canva and other editing tools. Similarly, you can use Synthesia, which I talked about, a tool. In Synthesia, again, you can simply create any video. It's a small price to pay for custom avatar, which is $19 a month. But with that, what's possible? Let's say if I couldn't do today's session and I was busy, I could have my custom avatar do this session for me. And I can train it using almost 20 hours of my audio and video content. And through that, I'm able to then create a custom audio video content wherein the entire session is delivered by my virtual avatar. So that's the kind of use cases which are possible. And I just wanted to sort of set the tone by sharing some of these examples, because many times we discuss, and I'm just coming from a conversation at IIT Delhi right now, where we are talking about how generative AI and IP gets to interplay, because there is a school of thought that while these images are being created, or I'm creating this content, or I'm creating videos using AI, what are the copyright implications of it? So it depends upon what contribution of the content or IP created is yours versus AI. So let's say if I take a simple example of, I have used OpenAI APIs. So OpenAI gives you their APIs, which is Adam, Curie, depending upon processing speed. You can use those APIs on top of open dataset, which is data.gov.ai, or you can use your custom company dataset as well. So let's say I train OpenAI with my custom dataset, and then I write a layer of code on top of it as a middleware. But in that code as well, I use something called as GitHub Copilot, which is the generative AI version of GitHub. So which is like an autocomplete for coding. So it's a very interesting case, right? That you have used OpenAI APIs, but you have your own custom dataset, plus you have your own custom layer of coding, but you have also used GitHub Copilot, which is again an AI-driven tool. What is the end outcome in terms of authorship rights or intellectual property rights? I think those are some of the conversations which are occupying center stage right now when we talk about using AI, and specifically things like generative AI, that how do you apportion authorship rights and hence the liability and accountability when we talk about some of these tools. And I think, I'm not sure if Professor Gopinath has already joined us, but I think would love to, in the meantime, have MD Agrawal talk about, because I know from his experience of leading digital transformation at AIMA, and he's also been a visiting professor at IITB, get his thoughts in terms of how academia is really looking at generative AI. Because I was just at IIT Delhi, sir, and this interesting conversation was happening with Professor Shori, I don't know if you know, in computer science department, and some of the other educators, that the test is now created by AI, the solutions are now created by AI, and the assessment is done by AI. So research papers are, I know H-index is being tracked in so many IITs in terms of citations of copyright work of researchers, completely gone for a toss, right? Because now a lot of H-index is manipulated through generative AI-driven research. The whole concept of PhD is being relooked at, that if you have majority of research being done through AI, what actually are you contributing as except the empirical data which you provide into the AI model? So would love to hear your thoughts, sir, in terms of how do you see this interplay of.
Can you get me a share? Can I share my screen?
Yes, sir, please.
Yes, I think Anuja, we can.
Yeah. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anuja, inviting me, and Mr. Karthik Sharma, Professor Karthik Sharma, giving a exciting, opening remarks about new development in AI. Recently, I was concluding a course in IIT Bombay for MBA final year students. Was related to Industry 4.0, but I took a session on AI. Before I talk about the how much time, Dr. Anuja, I can have 10, 15 minutes, 15 minutes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I thought, I start, challenging myself, how the AI has become so popular suddenly. Does it have any connection or relation with humans? I'm a certified coach. I believe in that, mind-based coaching. And during my learning of the coaching principles, I learned that what are the key, faculty in our brain. If you see, there are 3 faculty. There are many things in our brain. Only a scientist or doctors can tell, but as a layman, I understood 3 things. There is something called gagalia. Gagalia is a store, just store the memories and, record all happening ever since I was born in this world. And, it has a lot of neurons, a lot of, it is just like the way you train a child and you start learning and learning, the way you train a learning model of AI. When you start teaching or you learn, training the model, the model start learning and start, getting the captive learnings in this gagalia of AI. And there is something called limbic system. This is the key, change in the today's context. What is the limbic system in our brain? It's called emotions. How we react. A mother has given birth to 2 children. They have been brought up in the same environment, same schooling, same kind of tutoring. They may have the gagalia similar, not same, similar, but limbic system may differ. Emotions may differ. The behavior may differ. And that is where today is the research. That is where today is the research. And that is what we call generative, generative pre-trained transformation, GPT. Generative pre-trained transformation, transformative, and that is called GPT, we call it. We'll come on the other variations. And then the prefrontal cortex is just our, the calculators, BI, analytics. But I think, with this simple example, probably we can set a context that why AI is becoming so synonymous with human being. Another slide which I want to show you, which talks about the 6 way technologies are mimicking the mankind. Thinking one side, we have the phenomena, we have the capabilities of thinking, communication, sensing, moving, and imaging and connecting. And if you see on the other side, what we talk about the digital transformation or digital impact, technologies like artificial intelligence in mapping the thinking. It's trying to simulate the thinking. Technologies, NLP, natural language processing, has become the media of communication. When we talk about it, we say to Alexa, Alexa, I want to listen the best music of Lata Mangeshwar. Alexa, capture my language and translate this into in the language in which the computer understands, and then start playing the same music song which I was looking for. It's called natural language processing. And then sensor touch. Again, here there is a challenge, and I'm sure that we all know about that, that robots are becoming now like humanoids. We call it humanoids. So again, the technology is trying to simulate the way humans are doing actions. And that example is the robots. Robots, which is written down on the down. And then what is the mixed reality? Mixed reality, which is another very interesting, science, I will say first, and then technology. And the metaverse is the, abstract of the mixed reality, which is coming up very fast in the next 5 years' time, I'm sure. Not in the next year or next 2 years' time. Metaverse will be a reality for in our, in common man's life, But I'm sure in the next 5 years, the mixed reality kind of, where, you and, the virtual world, that today there is a layer, like I'm speaking over here, and you are listening to me, and I'm sure that, you can easily make out that, MD Agrawal is on the Zoom. But in the metaverse world, you will look like that, when I'm speaking to you directly, mostly directly, not 100%. So that is going to happen in the metaverse. And we have the connectivity as a big. So what is that chat GPT kind of technologies which are coming? I consider, beside talking to ChatGPT alone, the development is the convergence of all these technologies. Development is the convergence of these technologies, and you can see the impact of this technology and the convergent impact of the technologies. This is what we are going to have. Last 6 months itself, ChatGPT has made a revolution. You think about, I think in July 30th June, Google has set a target for the rolling out of his Deep 3, something like that, similar kind of tool which Google is going to roll out in the market. So strange is that today to all of us, how we first understanding about these tools and trends, and then how we use them effectively in our life. I think it's a misnomer that saying that this tool will damage mankind. They will. That debate is very different debate. In education also, students will not study and they will be all the time depending upon these tools, and they will like to use these tools for all kinds of studies. I am having a different view. Any tool or any new development is always a positive development, and it opens the gate for the further explorations, for further developments, and development of further faculties. Like we are seeing today, digital technologies. Today's children are much more smarter than we. What we have done, we have studied 40 years back, and what today's students are studying. When I teach the students of IIT Bombay, I found they're very, very innovative, very, very creative. Even I may not have that sort of creativity. They don't attend the classes even, and when they come out with the submission of the projects, they surprise me. They surprise me. That's what. The next thing, the last thing which I will say, that today is the age of collaborative working between human and machine. Human and machine. Don't consider ChatGPT as a challenge. Provide the ChatGPT a seat on the boardroom. Provide the ChatGPT a seat in your project room. Provide the ChatGPT a seat in your training room. How I can see? Today also, I want to make some investment. And I was having some time, I asked a question to ChatGPT. ChatGPT, I want to ask you some investment opportunities, and I am looking a return of 8 to 10%. I'm never enthusiastic more than 8%, 10%. In next 3 to 5 years time. ChatGPT gave me some indications, and probably I may take those advices and I may invest rather than all the time Google search and asking some of my friends, my son, where I should put. I don't study nowadays, So this is where we should leverage these technologies. The technology developments are going to, I think, surprise us. I say, sometime I make use of this kind of curves, which companies like Gardner and McKinsey keep telling us. And I found that whatever predictions they do, and in the next 2 to 3 years time, they come true. And this become our responsibility to understand these new developments. So these are what words Mr. Karthik, I like to say, and let us see how we go about the further discussion.
Sure, sir. Dr. Unil, do we have Professor Gopinath, any other panelists as well?
No, Gopinath sir has still not joined us. So you too may continue with the session.
Sure. So, Mr. Agrawal, what I wanted to also hear from you is in terms of academia, when we talk about. So there's a lot of debate in terms of, which I alluded to, the research part, right? How do you see the role of academic research evolving in light of AI? Because as I said, except empirical data set, which you could generate through your in-lab experiments, you could do your entire background research through AI. You could create your thesis or dissertation papers through AI. You can all taken care of AI, right? You see the world of academic research evolving, and what would be the role of future researchers? What do you see? Sir, can you hear us? Anuja, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I don't know if sir is able to hear us.
Sir, if you can unmute yourself, MD sir, you can unmute yourself and answer Karthik's question.
I think I'm very sorry. Can you repeat again? Sorry.
Sure, sir. Sir, I was saying that I was in my earlier conversation, I was talking about that the role of academic research, how it gets revamped, because except the in-lab experiments which you do and the empirical data generated, the citations, the background research, your dissertation and papers could be published using generative AI. You could collaborate with other researchers. So how do you see the world of academic research being reimagined with the lens of AI?
You know, I'm not a researcher in true sense as academician. I'm a practitioner in the industry. I have a strong background from industry. I have always a question to the researchers, you know, how far their research is relevant to the industry. How far their research is relevant to industry, what they're doing, what kind of research they are, you know, I have advantage of, you know, interacting with some of the best faculty in our country in IIT Bombay, and I see the kind of research papers they publish. Sometimes I read them also, you know. But you know, today development, you know, really warrant us that, you know, our research should be industry focused research. Our research should be the customer focused research. I think, you know, the generative, you know, pre-trained, you know, this kind of developments, you know, in the AI will definitely help the researchers to have more and more focus on the industry. Because, you know, now you have a tool available which can, you know, sometimes, because this tool is a vast tool, you know, it has a learning, you know, captive learning, the way I have explained you how the gaglia work in our brain, you know. So now one person cannot, you know, have this sort of knowledge, you know. So you have a knowledge repository, you have a crowd, we call it crowd as a core. The knowledge is available in the crowd, that is in the generative AI, and now the researchers can make use of that knowledge and come out with a little refined, you know, and better research, you know, outcomes, you know. And that should focus the industry problems. Industry, like, you know, today one of the biggest important topic is the climate change. And you know, when I teach Industry 4.0, I say no implementation of Industry 4.0 can be considered as a fit unless it meets the compliance of the climate. No, it helps to reduce the carbon footprints. No, you know, it's not only simply doing that. No, you have AI-based analytics. No, or you have, you know, IoT kind of platform. Unless it address this requirement, and this has been there are four dictums for the Industry 4.0, and one of the important dictum is that, no, Industry 4.0 should try to reduce the carbon footprints. No. So this sort of, you know, because now you have a repository, you have a knowledge repository, you have a tool available, researchers can easily, you know, take advantage of this tool to refine their, you know, outcomes, you know, and learn something different. This is what I consider this new developments in the last 5 years, I will say, not the last 6 months, in that context. No. And I'm sure that, no, many research fraternity, and, you know, they are making use of this. They are not, you know, complaining about that they have a competition with, you know, these kind of tools.
Right. And so what is your view? Right, sir. And what is your view, sir, on the skilling? Because a lot of industries, when we speak to, and me and Dr. Anuja are doing this project as well for Department of Science and Technology, wherein we see there's a lot of aspiration around using AI at workplace, but there is also a skill gap in terms of having trained people in the organization to do.
Two ways to look into my opinion. There are two ways to look into my opinion. One is the skills, no, the skill level, and second is that, no, that how deeply you have trained this, you know, tool. No? Because garbage in, garbage out. If we are not able to train these tools, no, in a true sense, no, you know, in 2018, no, Google has developed a tool, no, which has defeated the best player of the Go. And ever since, no, people came to know the power of machine learning, deep learning, that how strong is the deep learning, and it can beat the best human brain, and Go is a strategy game. So, in my opinion, you know, the first thing which today we require is that you know, the training of these models, how effectively, how intelligently these models are being trained. And I was reading, some research papers, and they also warrant that, because, children and students should not be guided by chat GPT outcomes, if the training is not, like we professors, we have, some facts, on our tips, and using those facts or the tips, and the facts, we are able to tell the truth, whatever we know best. But how you can rely on chat GPT is a black box. It's a black box. Second thing you talk about that, the skill. Skill is always a challenge in the new technologies. I remember that when we were, in the third in the information age, and I was invited to deliver a talk in San Diego in 2001, and that time, Peter Drucker came to deliver an opening keynote. He also mentioned about this knowledge gap. Knowledge gap is always there in the industry, and it's not going to go away. And who will be the winner? Who has this knowledge? Who is the fast learner? Who is the fast learner? Otherwise, person of eminence, person today is holding a very high, eminence in society. After 5 years, if his knowledge, he is not able to upgrade his knowledge, he is not able to upgrade his skill, he may not be having that position which today he is holding. So I think that challenge is always there. Here, in my opinion, the government, play a very important role. Industry also play very important role. And it should not be taken, it should not be taken lightly. It is a very serious matter. And there are so many studies. I keep sharing those studies, the McKinsey studies. What are the knowledge gaps? And still, I will say, is a very big gap to take really advantage of this technological development in a digital area. The knowledge is the right skills are in a scarcity. I will say not available, but scarcity.
Right. In fact, I've got some audience questions also, sir. So one of the audience members are asking that how do we bridge this skill gap which you talk about, especially for older generation?
Okay. This is a very common question. Yeah, very common question, and I will like to answer in this way. You are asking me the older generation, or you want to have a gig economy, the gig workers? In fact, I found a gap in the gig workers also.
Both, sir, we can cover. First, we can cover people who are not, let's say, from tech background, who are in middle career, and who have not been able to catch up with the AI revolution. How can they still be relevant? And the gig part also we can cover.
Yeah. First of all, we are living in a wonderful technology world. We are very fortunate. See, I was not thinking some 10 years back that at this age, I will able to live like this. It's a wonderful world this technology has created. Like ChatGPT, I said, gave me advice on investment kind of thing. So the old age people, I will not say anybody old age, but those who has really passed some experience. Wise people should be motivated in such a way by youngsters and the communication medias like televisions and newspapers, that really it is something which you should try. You should try your own. And luckily, technology has become very, very simple, very, very easy to use. And I've seen everybody use a smartphone and a good number of features of the smartphone. One day I was asking my wife how to save this message in the WhatsApp. So she taught me. In fact, I would have taught her. She taught me that there is a button here. So like that, in my opinion, the faculties of the old people is still very, very good. And once you create the environment, the environment or ecosystem, probably they will take off. Like when pandemic came, before pandemic, people were not conversant with the digital way of using or placing the order online. And once the condition was created and given this little bit tips, you see that how all sort of this tool group, and the media can play important role. I'm seeing Times of India and economic kind of papers, maybe some Hindi papers, they are giving some other language papers are giving attention for this promotion of these technologies. Now, question comes for the gig workers, the young generation. I'm not talking about the students, but those who are in the age of 30, in the bracket of 30 to 45, and they are the gig workers. They have the money in their hand now. We are old people, we will not have that sort of money and opportunities, very limited opportunities. But these guys, are having, a lot of opportunities in front of them. And technology, as we know, the technology is one derivative which provide that money, which provide the money. And during pandemic also, the companies who were having proficiency in the technologies, they've grown very fast. They have as compared to those technology companies who were not able to have, who were not having that those facilities, digital facilities. So I think this age group is having wonderful opportunities. But again, I have seen that they try to have shortcuts. They want to have a shortcut, and they don't want to learn the technology in depth. They don't want to go into the basics of the technology. And I think here the education system again play a very important role, that we have to train them in a true sense. We should not give them only outcome-based training, but we should give them in-depth training. We should give them, like when I have shared this slide of that the human brain, my students there are 62 students in my class, and that day I think 40 were attending, and they got surprised. And I say, you challenge me now, and the AI, and now you tell me how AI is functioning, how my brain is functioning. And what is the scope of development, more development in the AI. So like that, when you give the foundation to the students and these youngsters, probably they will try to grow. But today I will tell you, we should not worry. They themselves discover everything whichever useful for them, and they are much more intelligent and forward as compared. We were there in that age.
Right. And sir, what is your view on the intellectual property rights? Because somebody also asked that ChatGPT was banned in Italy and some other countries. So what is your view on IP infringement on AI generated content and IP?
Before we answer this question of IP, I would like to briefly touch about the data privacy. See, data privacy, and see what is the best advantage of technology? Democratization. Technology has brought the benefit of democratization, and as a result, what happened? Our personal things get democratized. Like when I provide some information to the bank, and a bank is the most secure platform where I can provide some information like my PAN card or Aadhaar card, but I don't know the trust relationship in bank. That's why in our course, I start with a lecture on the digital trust. Digital trust. Unless you develop digital trust, I think all these developments are not very useful. So important thing is that we should have a digital trust between the two players. That is what is very, very important. And then the technology is there to create more and more facilities, more and more facilities. That is what I will say in answer to your question.
Right. And sir, what is your view in terms of when organizations try to take up AI projects? One of the challenges we have seen is on computational resources and IT infrastructure. That may not be, especially when we talk about SMEs, which is the backbone of India's economy. How can they be part of the AI bandwagon?
Everybody, including my children, should be the part of AI revolution. It's called revolution. It's called revolution, and within the fourth industrial revolution, there is a wave of AI revolution now. So it will be misnomer to say that they are not part of this revolution. So what I will say that if they want to be the they want to take advantage of this, they have to be part of this revolution. You can't say that you are a second-rate person, you don't understand AI. Like my driver, I will say, my driver. I said my example is my driver. I bought a new car recently, and and the car is having some features of touch button, etc. And then when I asked him, why don't you learn these touch buttons? He was having, it's not like he doesn't want to learn. He's having inhibition. If I do something wrong, the car may stop or there may be accident like that. So we have to work at that level now. We have to work at that level. And again, education play a very important role here. That sort of thing, And in every company, I will say AI should be a strategy for business. AI should be strategy for training. AI should be, there should be projects, because we are seeing, is the exponential growth of AI. Companies will be benefited immensely with the development, these technological developments, AI and AR, VR, or IoT kind of platforms. Unless they pay, they devote, they have a focus on these things. They should earmark a small budget for the education and some sort of piloting experimentation. And then those companies who come forward in this way. This is what the experts suggest. The MIT suggests that the experimentation should be one of the important aspects of digitalization. Experimentation. If you don't do where the digitalization differ from the third industrial revolution, where ERP kind of systems were being installed, there was no scope of experimentation in the ERP. In case of digital transformation, the first your attempt is the experimentation. You have to first experiment, pilot, and then only you can think about that AI kind of thing. So every organization, whether it is small or big, I will say small organizations are having more freedom, more probability, better probabilities of using AI. AI is not a big investment. It's a question of your mindset, your question of your culture. How you look into these things, new developments. That is what I think we have to somehow. Youngsters and those who are little well placed, they should try to give this, spread this, positive message.
Absolutely, and I think you're very right in terms of inclusiveness, and that an average person should also be aware of. You mentioned the example of your chauffeur. In fact, my chauffeur, Bridmohan, whenever I talk about Python language model, he used to think that I deal illegal animal trade of Python snakes. But later on, when I sort of talked about that this is a language used in AI. So I think it's very important that we do not lose out in the last mile connectivity, and nobody should be left out of the AI revolution. So I think that's very important. Last thing I want to ask you, and then we'll take up more questions, is what role can government play in terms of fostering the adoption of AI?
Government, see, we are in a developing country, and there is a digital divide. There is a digital divide. There is a segment who is a benefited segment, and there is a segment which is we call them disadvantaged, or those guys who are not having so many resources. Just in
now there are AI tools available which can do active noise cancellation.
Not having so many resources. So now here the government have a very important role to play. Government is having a very important role. Why China is so ahead? China is so ahead in AI. Though he's our, we don't take. He's a very different country, and we cannot say that we like China. And I'm sure we as the Indian we have our own terms to deal with China. But fact is fact. China is ahead of US now. They have taken this, AI, their government has taken this AI as a very serious, there are various reports available in the public domain that how China has, used AI for transformation of various business functions and government functions and education. And their guys are, producing the best, everything doesn't come out from China in the public domain. But the fact is like this. They are much ahead of many other countries. So let us learn from them, and let us create our own IP. I will call it the way we have created IP of UPI, or we call it finance. DAC. And India is ahead of this. I think it requires a very considerable efforts, and something new design. The AI should be percolated down from the primary school itself. It should not be left to the undergraduates and graduates. It should be percolated down to the primary school. And I'm aware of some schools, they start teaching. I will not say AI, but the principles of AI. So that is where I think the crux lies. It is something, it grows slowly. It's like a tree when you like to plant a tree, it takes time to come out, and give you mangoes, after a few years, So I think, the government is little late, We are little late, But they are aware. Good thing. I keep reading the statements of our ministers, and our prime minister is very, very positive on this. They are thinking very loudly. But the more important is that how the community as a large, the education institutions at large, the schools at large, take this very seriously. So here again, government plays important role. Like, I will say that, I don't know the latest development of the syllabus, my grand daughter, study something like science, I think, along with the science, such type of lessons should be introduced in the primary schools, where they start getting the exposure of these technologies, new technologies, And, their lab should be given not only I know that after from 9th onward, we have some labs, subjects for the labs, I think the lab should also be now equipped with the AI kind of tools, rather than waiting for the engineering. You get admission in the engineering, then only you will able to you learn the Python kind of language. My son, he started learning, C++, when he was only in the 6th standard, 6th standard. And even I was not knowing so many things. He started doing programming. So it's a question of your liking. How you motivate them. And what kind of, because I bought a computer, personal computer, that I will earn some money. But instead of earning my money, my money has gone because I did not got time out of my job. But he used to take advantage of the computer. So I'm saying that today he's a wizard. He's a wizard. So I'm saying this is what I think. Parents also have a very important role to play over here. First, they should understand. I've seen, they say, no, don't use the smartphone. It will spoil your eyes. And that is correct. It may spoil the eyes. Don't use the laptop. No. I think that is a wrong way of looking into these developments. There is always a method, a safe method. You have to have a 14-inch, distance from the laptop. And similarly, you should not use the smartphone for a more than 15, 20 minutes in one go. So like that, I think, but these are the things, which are the interfaces, which will make them the real human being today, the smart human being, the ready for the new generation.
Correct. And I think, Dr. Anuja, do we have any questions towards the end?
Yeah, we have few questions, but I think one question that I wanted to ask you, both of you, in academics, we have been hearing that the first paper in the journal was accepted, which was co-authored by ChatGPT. And when we look into the scenarios, I mean, a lot of us have today joined here. We are from the faculty who would be writing cases. And how does this actually help us in writing cases? Any of the tools which you believe can be really very, very effective for us? And maybe, sir, if you can share, MD, sir, you have been involved with so many organizations doing the digital transformation, and you have heard a lot of inside stories as to how AI has actually transformed. If you can answer these two questions, we'll be really very grateful.
Yeah, I think, Karthik, you like to speak first, or should I speak?
No, I just have a couple of sense that in terms of academic research broadly, Dr. Anuja, my view is that there should be strict guidelines, because I know there have been papers that have got accepted, but then later on there was misrepresentation in terms of contribution of AI generated content, because there are two things, right? AI assisted and AI generated. And sometimes the lines are very thin between the two. You may claim that I have done something which is AI assisted, but it turns out it's essentially AI generated. So I think we need to draw some boundaries in it, that if something is assisted through AI and on top of it you have your own IP attached to it, that's fine. But if it's purely AI generated, I think then it also depends on that which AI you have used, because that particular AI would have been trained on some trained data set, right? And then trained data set could have connotations and citations to somebody's IP. Recently, I don't know if you guys followed, in US, there was a class action suit which was done by a few artists, that AI generated an art which has mirrored their style. So it may not have captured the actual art, but it has captured the style. Like there is a Van Gogh art style, and I'm sure people from art world would appreciate that there are certain styles of art and modern art, right? And AI has trained on those paintings and created a new painting, but it mirrored a particular style. So then you cannot have IP protection on those AI generated content. Similarly, in music industry, it's a big problem. And I'm giving those examples because academics is just one area, but in any field, any creative field in which you are coming up with an innovation, it's very important that you are able to allocate contribution of human intelligence versus AI. And that's what I feel, that one has to, especially in US now, in a lot of B schools, people are very openly saying that, okay, like back in the day when we were in college, we used to say this is source Wikipedia. Now people are very open and transparently about saying that, okay, this source is ChatGPT, and then this particular content I have written. So I think those monitoring tools and mechanisms would come in place where every consumer of content or piece of art needs to know that whether they are consuming an object which is derived, which is a derivative work of an AI, or whether it's a transformative work on top of AI. So that's what I feel.
So I think what Karthik, you have said, I'm fully agree with you. And I like to add something like this. If I define the academia, first, Dr. Anuja, I will reply your question about the academia, and there is one question here: what is the scope of use of AI in academia? It's a very good question, but I put you in in some other way. If you trace back, 10 years back, when Excel was brought, it was brought around 25 years, 30 years back, 25 years back. Way back, it's around 30 years back. Excel was, when Excel was not there, researchers has to, really struggle to do all those computational analysis. Which will, we have to use calculators, and we have to use so many calculations, and then we have to struggle a lot. And after Excel, we got some computational modules, we call them models. And I remember one software which my company BPCL was using, SPSS, and they very basically it developed the statistical models. It helps to develop a statistical model. And earlier, I am a student of statistics. We used to struggle to develop regression analysis and all those things. But now, once the SPSS kind of tools has come, you need not to break your head. But still, you should know the fundamental of regression. And it has helped researchers, academicians to leapfrog of their their first of all learning, and then their research work as well as teaching methodologies. All technological developments have similar kind of features and functionalities. They have sometimes people say they are plus and minus. I will say they are always plus and plus. Minus are a very there is something the way people differently see. There are always new gains of these technologies. Now question comes that how I will use AI now in academics. How I will use, and what is the scope of AI in academics? I put like this. AI is an intelligent system. It adds to our intelligence. It adds to our way of working. It automates many things. And we look for all these things or not. You like to fly instead of going by the car, or you want to travel train because I want to reach faster to the Delhi instead of traveling for 16 hours or 20 hours in the train. So we have this mentality, we have this requirement and mindset where AI kind of tools will help us. They are helping, I will say, and they are going to help us much better. So I'm sure that this is where the academicians will realize today. They are sometimes they feel threatened. But I don't agree with them. Narayan Murthy also said these are very positive developments. And I will tell you, these developments have not come sudden. I am teaching these subjects last 8 years now. And that time also I realized, and there were a lot of announcements. There was a book written by Don Topscott, and he talked about the digital economy in 1995. And he also mentioned about all these developments, and those developments have come true. 100% those developments have come. they are rishis still living in this world today. They visualize that, what is going to happen in next 10 years time. And what we are seeing today is the genesis of the mankind. The genesis of the mankind, the mankind is very intelligent. AI would have not come if you and me were not there. There is efforts by the humans, scientists, who are our brothers and elders. So I am sure that academicians will be and what is academics? It is the school of intelligence, the school of learning. When you have artificial intelligence, sitting in front of you, the next chair, how you can say that it is a killing or it should not be advantage to academicians? Let us discuss, in some other day that in detail, how AI can be a great, companion for academician. In my class also, I want to use AI. IIT provide me some tools over there and some gadgets over there. Maybe next time I will request them. So this is where I will take, Anuja, this question, answer to this question.
Sure. So I think we are almost at the end of the session, Dr. Anuja. So I relate back to you for any closing comment.
No, thank you, Karthik, and thank you, Professor Agarwal. I think it was a very enlightening session. My colleague Soumya would be putting up the vote of thanks for you all. But I think this is the time when we have a lot of questions and a lot of queries around what AI can do for academicians and what it can do for the organizations. And I think we are at the cusp where we are seeing a lot of transformation happening. And I think the last year when me and Karthik, we started the project of understanding the AI implementation in various organizations, there were very, very few organizations who were able to speak about it. But today in less than a year's time, I think every organization has understood that this is the need of the hour and they have started implementing it in some way or the other.
Yeah.
And it was, I think sir would also like to share with MD sir's input in it. We run a course into digital transformation in which sir added up a module onto AI implementation, because I think that's in 6 months we could realize that digital transformation may not go without the use of AI. Am I correct, sir?
Yeah, 100% correct. In fact, this time I invited the father of NLP, Professor Pushpak Bhattacharya. He is a professor in IIT Bombay, a very, very renowned professor of NLP. When I met him a few days back, so he was telling me, few days back I met him in his cabin, very, very busy man. He was smiling and saying that, because Dr. Kohli used to talk about Pushpak Bhattacharya to me, but I never met him. Because he went out of Bombay to head some other IIT. So he was telling very jokingly that nobody was listening to me 10 years back. Then I was teaching NLP, take it seriously, but now everybody is looking to me, why don't you conduct a session on NLP? So I think time has come
AI
for
winter now AI summer is here.
I'm sure that so what we have done, in fact, I was trying to put the course link, is some of you who wants to really get updated on the digital transformation and various components of digital transformation, you can explore to attend this course, or maybe tell your colleagues, this AIMA is running. It's a very highly subsidized course, and it's being delivered by the faculty pool of 4 professors from IIT Bombay, myself, and one or two other industry people. So I have added now in this time, though we were teaching AI also in this course, but now how AI can transform our working place, including how the NLP can help us. So let us see that the course will start on 6th of May. Still some more time. So thank you. Details you can obtain from AIMA site.
Professor M.D. Agarwal, sir.
Sure, sir.
Mr. Karthik Sharma, Dr. Anuja Pandey. Thank you so much for bringing out various aspects of technology and its importance and impact on academia and industry. Very insightful session. Thank you so much for your presence.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you for inviting me and giving me opportunity. Thank you so much.
With this, we move on to the next session. We welcome our expert speakers, Mr. Jeroen van de Burg, Assistant Director, Asia Case Research Center, Lecturer, Management and Strategy, HKU Business School, Professor Jyotsna Bhatnagar, Professor OB and HRM, Dean Research, Harvard Business School Affiliate, Member Governing Board, MDI Gurgaon, Ms. Angela Yin, Senior Manager, Asia Case Research Center, HKU Business School. Our speakers are going to deliberate on the theme, interaction with authors, reviewers of best-selling cases. With this, I invite our speaker, Mr. Jeroen.
Let me unmute myself. Thank you for inviting me. Actually, I had a chat with my colleague, Miss Angela Yin, earlier, and we agreed that she would start. So I'm gonna pass the baton to Angela to start, and I'll finish off.
Sure.
Thank you. Good evening. Good afternoon. I realize it's late afternoon for people on site and most people online. Thank you for inviting me and Yohong from Asia Case Research Center to this conference. We feel extremely honored to have the opportunity to join Dr. Bhatnagar in the discussion. Thank you. Let me start off with a brief introduction of myself and also the case center, and then I will hand over to Yohong and Dr. Bhatnagar. I am a senior manager at the Asia Case Research Center, or we call it AICRC, at HKU Business School, the University of Hong Kong. I spearhead case writing about companies and organizations in China and across Asia. And I manage the case development process on a day-to-day basis, from identifying faculty's needs, sourcing case companies, generating and refining case ideas, to reviewing, editing, and publishing cases. I'm also responsible for developing, managing relationships with internal and external stakeholders, including industry, business partners, case distribution partners, faculty members, and case writers. So the Asia Case Research Center is a research center affiliated with HKU Business School. We could say it was the first of its kind in the region. It was established in 1997 to address a growing demand for research and instructive materials related to Asia businesses. It's been 26 years. Yeah, the center now has a repository of content-rich cases drawn from a wide range of industries and disciplinary areas. AICRC is committed to the advancement of learning and teaching in business education and strives to promote leading business thinking through researches on the latest topics and practices in the Asia business environment. We work with scholars from universities and institutions within and outside the region, and we enjoy close ties with the business community. Thank you.
So I think that is my sign to take over, Angela. Thank you, Angela, for your introduction. Let me continue on that, and I'm not as well prepared as Angela. A little bit about myself. I've been working on case studies since 2005, so that is 18 years now, where I've been working on case studies on a day-to-day basis. I also use the case studies in my teaching. And over the years, and I'm still learning, I have developed, some thoughts on what makes a good case study, what makes a case study stand out. what do you have to do basically to be successful as a case author? And by being successful as a case author, I don't mean, what do you have to do to make a case that is useful in your own class, but really what do you have to do to develop a case study that is picked up by faculty around the world globally. So a little bit about the AICRC, which actually I didn't mention, is that we distribute our cases globally. For the past 25 years, we've been distributing our full collection through Harvard Business School. We also distribute through IFE, the Case Center, SEEPS, which is the Chinese business school. We also have a collaboration with the French business schools to distribute our case studies. So based on the past 18 years of working at the AICRC, and I was also at Hong Kong University of Science and Technology in between, and looking at sales data, I wanted to share a few findings with you. Now, first of all, a case study is more popular if it has a good teaching note. Case studies without teaching notes tend to do significantly worse in terms of sales as case studies with teaching notes. What makes for a good teaching note? I think a case teaching note that is good is one that has very clearly defined learning outcomes and learning objectives, and clearly shows how the material has been used in a classroom environment. It includes things like, pre-class questions, discussion questions for in the classroom, examples of how students actually react to those questions based on the experience of teaching the case, a board plan for the case study, etc., etc. So teaching note is one. Now, two is the conceptual foundation of the case study has to be very clear and very strong. Case studies that are more popular typically fall into one of two categories. One, the conceptual foundation covers the core concepts taught at every business school. Pricing theory, for example, or internal analysis when you talk about strategy. All of you that are teaching actually know what some of the core courses are taught within your business, within your discipline, and what topics are taught to each and every student. If you do a case that clearly allows faculty to teach those concepts through the case study method, those cases tend to be more popular. The other one is cases that have a unique niche, a case that maybe talks about a concept that is not that popular, but there's really no comparable case out there. For example, long time ago I think it was 98 actually, or maybe 2001, we developed a case study on the use of real options to finance real estate. This case has been, selling well for the past 22 years, purely because this is almost the only case that talks about this particular topic. And, even professors at Harvard are using that case actually in their classroom. Another, I think, important element of case studies to make them popular is, am I talking too much, Anuja?
I think with this, we should be inviting Professor Bhatnagar to really share her views. I just missed out this little bit of conversation. I was just, may I now invite Professor Bhatnagar?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Anuja. Hello, Jerome and Angela, and good evening to all the participants here. I can see 76 of them to this particular session. I'll just do a screen share a little bit before I tell you a little bit about myself. Yeah, I thought I'll be doing this today with you, and this is a session that They're saying, okay, we're looking at the case writing and interaction with authors of best-selling cases. And I've been blessed to be one of the case authors which has many best-selling cases there. I have been working with cases right from the time I started my journey with Ahmedabad in 1990. And we were always working with cases and teaching cases all the time, and happened to be with Harvard Business School, where we went for the GCPCL and thought on how to write good, effective cases with teaching notes. So this was the first one, Amazon as an employee, which was the global bestseller, the classic case, and an annual bestseller. It has got in the Ivy list also. It has got into the Ivy list of a classic case this year, 2022, and of course it's a bestseller list in 2020, 18-19, and as well as then the global seller in the 2022 list. Why did it get it? It got it in it went into 2016, 18, 2020. So we picked up a controversial issue, and it was a secondary case. So anybody can write a secondary case, but with a very strong teaching note. So it was a brand, and it was a dilemma issue, it was a controversial issue. And what was affecting the brand, the debate in the class, and the more the chaos, the better it is, where you can talk about it. So we worked with, a lot of cases with AICRC, Ivy, Harvard, etc. I also teach case writing at the Institute at MDI since the last, I think now 10 years. And all my cases or my students' cases are usually published in Ivy, Richard Ivy, some in ICRC recently, and some in Harvard Business Review. Then we got the first publication success in Harvard Business Review, which was this is again, I wrote this case. This was a camouflage case. And we said, how can we write a camouflage case? And we said, okay, it was a class walk-in, an executive MBA student who's looking at actual practical issues that you really want to solve. And then we looked at a practical theory issues and experience from junior colleagues that we can, take it. And could we take a debate? And then we came up with the concept of frenemy talent. And what is frenemy talent and how do you follow it? So then again, this case leads to a lot of debate in the class and a lot of chaos. Then we came another one, which was our customers listening, helping, or hurting, again in the HBR 2018 one. Personal corrections, camouflage names. There they found that the global appeal, the doctors were in the healthcare analytics, the doctors were actually, attriting. And how do you manage this attrition, and what do you do? Institutional commitment, how do you guarantee that? And you network with the local hospital. So you get the global and the local appeal both. And unknown of the unknowns, which is there, what is happening and how will you do? So how and why is what. And then the latest one, which is again published in Harvard Business Review in 2022 March, where they camouflaged our case, which was based on a real case. And this was a gig workforce. And now everybody is going in gig, ONGC, oil and natural gas, 90% of their workforce right now, contract workers, are gig. They're all contract because you don't have to give so much of benefits and etc. So how are you going to work with gig? Is the gig the new normal, and how do you want to, freelance on that? So real issues where you could get. So keep investing in, investigating dilemma issues to curate bestseller cases. Keep looking and never settle. Of course, that's what Steve Jobs said. But then, what is it that you are looking for in cases is that first, of course, why should you be coming in for cases, and why are cases a big appeal? Because you get a vicarious learning. So the briefer, the better. If you have small cases, the better it is. As my colleagues, Jeron and Angela both said that they were looking at AICRC cases, and they're looking at Asia Pacific cases. And we are looking at India cases with Asia Pac case appeal as well as a global appeal, because our students will be going everywhere. So how do I, really curate that kind of a case which appeals to everybody, and then people would also like to read. So what is the storyline? And then in the storytelling, how do I do the storytelling in which I, really curate my aha moments in the case? And then I come to the teaching note, which is a research paper, 3 times over, because every question has to have an analysis, it has to have the content, it has to have the concept, how will you teach. Now, if nobody wants to read nowadays, so do you have to show them video cases or video input, and how do you make them read, and how do you make them answer that, and how do you appeal to them? So that is one of the challenges that we keep facing. I'm sure Jeroen and Angela would agree with me that we are needing more simulations and video cases that we put in a content of the teaching note. So that, but the teaching note has to be curated very well, neither too long, neither too short. 3 to 4 enough things for a 75-minute class or a 90-minute class, whatever the case may be. And how do you do it with having fun, instilling or triggering a debate in class, and then asking people to take positions. Okay, how would you do it if you were the CEO? Make them the CEO, have their alter egos also come in there, and then make them do role plays on that. Make them do theater exercises on that in class. And that gets a lot of things happening there. But you'll have to plan it well, and you'll have to do it in the role play. So that's all from my side. Anuja, any questions? Because I thought it was an interactive one. So that's why I just kept it like that. Yeah. Any quick questions you have? Because it was an interactive.
Anuja, we cannot hear you. Anuja, you're muted. Can you hear me? No, we cannot hear you.
Anuja, would you want to ask them?
Okay.
I think, yeah, I am very impressed with Dr. Padnaga's excellent cases. It's a very successful, a lot of very successful cases. I actually prepared a few slides that maybe I can just go through with everyone, and then if you have any questions, we can discuss. And also during my presentation, if you want to join the discussion, just feel free to jump in. So let me just share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
It's clear.
Okay.
It's clear.
Yeah, great. Okay. So I basically I prepared quite a few slides, but I'm just going to jump to the important ones, the most important ones, because I want to give everyone more time for interactive discussion. We all know cases, it's a pedagogical tool that allow faculty members to achieve a set of specific teaching objectives in the classroom. So what makes the best-selling cases, or when you write cases, keep in mind, your target audience, how at the end of the day will make your case a successful one. So in terms of the case, the types of cases, we, in terms of the research that involved, we have 2 types of cases: field cases, which is based on primary and secondary research, and library cases, mostly on secondary research. These type of cases can both be successful or best-selling cases. But for AICRC, we do have a preference. If you submit a case to us, we prefer field cases, because we want you to leverage your background, your connections, and your experience in your case to be submitted to us. In terms of positioning, we have forward-looking cases, which is also known as Harvard-style cases, and we always ask what next questions. And backward-looking cases are also sometimes referred to European-style cases, because they are mostly just to diagnose the action that company has taken in the past. A case does not always fit neatly into the boxes. In some of the library cases, we interview, inside industry insiders. They can be alumni or other connections you have within that specific industry. And also in terms of a positioning, case can be a mix of forward-looking and backward-looking cases. How you position your case depends on the time that the case is set in, and what perspective the students take, and how and what you want the students to discuss the case. Let me see. Okay, in a diagnostic kind of cases or backward-looking cases, readers asked to, look into how the company addressed an issue from perspective of an insider or third party. So, and the forward-looking cases, usually the students is asked to fill in the shoes of a decision maker at a specific point in time. So in general, the case cracking process stay pretty much the same. Student need to analyze the case to identify key issues faced by the company, and also the causes of the issues, and identify a range of actions that will help the students to address the cases, analyze and evaluate the actions, and choose a recommended strategy. And in the forward-looking cases, we usually ask the students to come up with a suggested implementation plan. While in backward cases, these plans, already presented to the students, right? So in the Harvard style, forward-looking cases, the student need to do the evaluation, pros and cons, weighting of all the criteria, and then come up with a recommendation and implementation plan. And we specifically ask the students a lot of times to have a contingency plan. Why that? Because things don't always go as you planned, and that's part of life, right? So having a contingency plan is very important. Also, your plan needs to be supported by the timeline and the financials. So the cases you should write, so that they, as Yuhong and Dr. Panaka mentioned, the cases that teaches concepts and the series, and also the cases that cover core concept, a niche concept, and the new concept as well. And also a case that the student can relate to. Such a relevance comes across different dimensions, including, for example, at the company level, that is the industry that the company is in, the geographic locations, the development stage, the position and the value chain, and the issues, the specific issues that the company is faced with. And in terms of a case protagonist, usually students can relate it to the case protagonist because they share similar, position or functional area within the company, or the concerns that the protagonist specifically has. And cases that you should not write are some of the characteristics. It's a mere story. Stories are interesting. Everybody loves interesting stories. But if a story only, just tell you what happened without a very specific learning objectives, these cases would not be great teaching materials in class. And also fluffy pieces. At the times the students, when the case is developed, the students should not feel that the case is fake. Okay, and also outdated cases, and also cases that you cannot access or create required data or information, because in the cases when you need to have a lot of information, you need to have a proper understanding of, for example, the company's inner working. you need to look under the hood. For example, in the coffee, shop cases, we do need to look into the breakdown of the cost of a cup of coffee. So without having the access of these data, the case will not be a good case. So how to write better cases? These are some of the qualities a good case or best-selling cases should have. First of all, the relevance, and also the case. We want a case to be polarizing, and the case is interesting that deals with real life problems faced by people in the real business situation, and a case that is focused, and a case based on leading to workable solutions, use concept taught in the classroom. Also, professors like to have the case that are able to highlight the students' understanding or maybe lack of understanding of certain concept in a series. So when you write cases, you always keep in mind, the target audience, the case you want a case to be. So doing these will increase the case adoption beyond your own classroom. So a case about a company or product, more students can relate to. And also this case slot well into a standard course outline, sometimes a core course, and the case not too long. This is especially important for the students nowadays, and also for students whose native language is not English, based on our experience. And also a teaching note that we cannot emphasize more. It's very important for your case to be a popular or best-selling cases. And also timeless. I wanted to explain a bit about timeless. So timeless includes, popular topics that has long-term relevance. It is okay, for example, to use certain topics like financial crisis or COVID as a trigger. But from a case perspective, the learning from the case should be applicable to a broader range of topics. So its positioning should be focused on the long-term, or topics of bigger impacts, as opposed to the once-off event. For example, Asia tsunami. So nowadays, few undergrad or even master level students remember that tidal wave that devastated the community and the tourists in parts of Asia. So if we have a case of, let's say, Thai beach hotel, Asia tsunami, it's only relevant to that event. But if you can write a case of Thai beach hotel leadership in crisis, then that will have a long-term relevance. Okay. Oh, here, this is just the platform. The first link is the ICRC platform where we distribute our cases. And also, as you mentioned, our cases are distributed on a platform as well as other leading platform, including Harvard Business Publishing, that is for most other cases around the globe, as well as at Ivy, the case center in the UK, and SEEPS, which is in China, and a few others. Okay, so I think I probably will skip this, but if you have any question regarding, the case development process, I can go back to these slides. And I quickly jump to maybe the last few slides. Yeah, the teaching note, because we keep emphasizing this. Teaching note is required if you want to publish your case with us. And a teaching note is a guide on how the case can be taught to achieve the certain, teaching objectives. Usually the teaching note should cover the tips and tricks, know-how, and the resources for professor to teach, to use the case in the classroom. The development of a teaching note, one thing you need to notice, usually after the case is complete, you will start to develop a teaching note. So sometimes a teaching note is, started before the case is taught in your classroom, but most of the time the teaching note should be, completed after you use the case in your classroom, because you have a classroom to test your case, to test your teaching. So you can put your experience and even sometimes the lessons into your teaching note to enhance it. So our experience is that the many faculty members, when they are looking for, a case to teach in the course, they usually read the teaching note first before they read the case. So it is, as I said, extremely important to have a good teaching note. Yeah, I think that I will probably just stop here, so I can give everyone more time to ask questions. Thank you. Stop the screen sharing.
So thank you, Angelina. I think Anuja, there is there's a Rashmi, some Radhika Ramesh who has a question about secondary cases. I'd like to take that.
Sure, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So Radhika, you wanted to ask, what is your question that you're saying? How important are data sets in case exhibits in secondary research? They're very important. Your secondary research or secondary cases have to be very clear on all the aspects of data sets. You can show timelines, you can show econometrics, can show data sets, financial analysis can show data sets. So secondary cases are there, but then secondary cases are more tougher than primary cases. So these are important, depends on your case and your teaching note, what is the question that you're trying to ask and what you want to project in the data set or in the exhibit. And if it's important for the students to make the decision of your case or the dilemma, the question that you have asked, and they have to look at that data set, because there has to be an analytical perspective as well as a presentational aspect, as well as a critical thinking aspect which comes into case analysis. So if you want them to do critical thinking, because we also have to see it has to be aligned to AACSB and EQUIS accreditation learning goals. So if that is a learning goal in your case or in your institute or your college or your university, then you have to have critical analysis there, and then they have to look at data sets and exhibits. I hope I've answered your question.
I think, ma'am, there's another question by Adil, which is also on the same line on the secondary data. If you can address that question.
I cannot see Adil. Yeah. Is it okay to use only second for developing cases? No. Well, there are two things. One is a primary case is like a journey with a case organization, where it's like immersion research. You're going with the organization, you're talking to them. Sometimes you work with a consultant. As a consultant, you help them solve the dilemmas, and then you write the dilemmas in the case analysis or the case that you're presenting. It has to be a aha dilemma which has not been taken up by anybody. It has to be impressive and it has to be new. That is the primary. But if you don't get a case organization and you want to have suddenly, for example, you want to do a controversial thing that like we did on Amazon. We also did on Google, tech workout on Google. Is Google is changing? We did another one on Amazon during COVID times. So this where the data is available, and we said, are you a caring employee or an employer? And what would you do if you were in these circumstances? And what is the kind of issues that are there? And is Googliness changing is what we had asked. And suddenly we have now Google is kind of laying off due to business issues there. So we take up controversial issues. So you could have taken up, for example, I'm HROV professor, so you can take up Elon Musk and how he's, dealing with his particular innovation as well as dealing with people and Twitter. And you can write a case, and that financial analysis case is already out on on Ivy as well as HBSP and Harvard, where we're looking at that. So that can be taken up, Adil, where you have to do that, but you have to write the company's name. You can't camouflage the name in the secondary case. Otherwise, AICRC would not accept it, nor would I be accepting. So the company's name is very important. You cannot camouflage that in a secondary case. No, you can't. Even in the primary case, we also tell our students, see, it's the brand or the company which sells, and it's important to see the sales of the case also. Otherwise, you can write a case and it'll all be, always be part of some book or some unread article or just meant for a class. It has to be timeless, what Angela said. So for a timeless case, it has to be a company which everybody wants to talk about, know about, and remember. So the recall factor for your students will be, oh, I recall that case which had come in there. I said, I remember we had such fun and we had such fight in the class. It was so chaotic. It was what was it? It was this person's class. I mean, that you won, and the company is also won. So at Harvard Business School, they call the protagonist also into the class. And it's better. So it's always the industry academia immersion that we do with case writing and with cases and having, best-selling cases. Any other question? I think I've spoken enough.
Yeah, I can also take some questions. Otherwise, I think, and I really, Professor Bhaknatar's comments are very much on point. A case that students remember is very important. And you can also think about cases having two types of learning. One is the primary learning, which is really, the concept-based learning. The other is secondary learning. It's learning about a company, an industry, a product. That learning often is more interesting to the students. That is kind of what catches their eye. And that is often also what they remember about the case. So if you have some very interesting, thought-provoking, surprising facts in a case study, the students will remember that. And then they also remember the academic learning that is tied to that. I mean, I give you an example. We wrote a very simple case study, a data analytics case on an ice cream store. So it's an ice cream brand, and we had all the sales data of that ice cream company for a particular year. And we knew also what ice cream flavors were preferred by male students, because it was an ice cream store on campus, and female students. And one of the surprising aspects of that case was that male students' number one preferred ice cream flavor is strawberry. So if that is something that kind of sticks in people's mind. How can boys prefer strawberry over all the other flavors? And because of that, they also remember all the academic learning that was tied to that. Maybe I can also ask a question about, do you need a permission letter from a company if it's a primary case? Yes, you need a permission letter. And ideally, you want to talk to whoever publishes your case before you approach the company about this permission letter, because this permission letter has to be worded in a particular way to be accepted. So permission letters are actually fairly important. When it comes to disguising the case, so changing the name of the company, changing the name of the protectors, etc. Secondary cases, normally nothing is changed. Primary cases, yes, certain information might be disguised. The less you disguise, the better. So, changing the names of people within the company, that's not such a big issue, but changing, the company name or the industry the company operates in, that is, not preferred at all. So you would normally want to argue with the company to keep that accurate. Now, in terms of data can actually be changed, because in the end, what we're developing is a teaching tool, right? So sometimes the data is confidential. For example, Angela was talking about the breakdown of the price of the cost of a cup of coffee. So, you know, how much of the cost is labor, how much of the cost is rent, how much of the cost is, you know, the coffee, the chocolate, the milk, whatever goes into a cup of coffee. For a particular coffee chain, this might be somewhat sensitive, but, you know, when you do a managerial accounting case on a coffee shop, you kind of need that breakdown of a cup of coffee. So what can you do? You can actually work with the company to put some data together. So you say, you know, 20% is rent, 20% is labor cost, and you discuss this with the company, make sure that it's kind of ballpark. And then you say, you know, specifically in the case you state, okay, this is not the real data. This is estimates by the authors, but at least your students have the numbers to work with. So sometimes, you know, data is too sensitive to be made available. In those cases, we can disguise the data. So we can, as long as the data is ballpark and, you know, makes sense. And you have to double check this with the company. Often what also happens is the company will give you the real data and you just modify it slightly. So, you know, so
yeah, thank you,
yes.
Jerome. I'd like to just answer this question to this that you mentioned. First, you test the case in the classroom. So as PhD scholars also, you have to test the case in the classroom. It could be your own FPM classroom, or you can ask your professor to test it in the classroom, because without classroom testing, you won't even know what's happening. Because sometimes you get very good insights from the way the students actually respond to your case draft. And that is very important. So, and it should not go, you know, stale. The idea behind the case should not go stale. That's why Ian said, Angela said, it should be timeless. So at least, you know, it should keep on doing it. So it usually takes 6 months to 9 months to 12 months to 15 months to write a case which is a real hit with the class. So unless you test it in a class, how would you know? So as a scholar also, you'll have to ask your professors to help you there, maybe in a management development class, or maybe a PGP class, maybe an undergraduate class where you can, you know, come and teach the case and then take input from your class to build and be informed about your case and, you know, nurture it and also sculpt it better from the insights that you have received from your case class. It's very important to class test. Without that, it's no point. You cannot even publish book-selling cases.
Yeah.
So some questions you can also change, you know. If you may have asked very tough questions in the class and they said, this is undoable. So then you can, you know, change it to 3 questions or 2 questions or 4 questions, whatever, depending on the time. So it's important to do that. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we would ask you to try as much as possible to test a case in a classroom. You know, you talk to your supervisor, you know, and also there might be other alternatives you can think about. You know, you test a case with your peers, or with, you know, a group of students, might not be in the, you know, formal classroom setting, but, you know, talk about a case or even show the case draft. If it's possible, if it's okay to show the case to them, then you see how they respond, you know, to the questions that you ask in the case, and then based on their response, you might have a better idea. It's definitely better than you just, you know, sit in your room, you know, work on the case and then work on the teaching note. Definitely try the case with other people as much as you can.
And I'd just like to add to this, thank you, Angelina. I'd like to add to this that, you know, we have case writing as a core paper or a core course in our FPM program. I'm the Dean Research here at MDI Gurgaon. And we insist that students know that how to write cases, and then they develop cases so that they are able to, when they become when they convocate, they can also develop and curate their own material for that, which is again local. So it's very important as a scholar to learn how to write cases with teaching notes. so that you are not just always dependent on Harvard Business School or other areas where other centers. You can have your own cases, which are Indian cases or Asia-based cases, or Asia-based cases with a global appeal, and they are timeless because everybody would read about it. So then it's important to identify it. It's like you have to work like a detective, like an investigator, finding out what is happening there, what is happening. So a lot of curiosity of yours would come in. So don't take it as a burden. Take it as fun and a creative way of creating, ways and means of new impressive areas where Jeroen keeps on saying it should not be like a coffee table one. It should not be like a cocktail chatter. No, nobody's interested. That is not a real case. It has to be an issue which is debatable. People would be divided. I like to do this. No, I like to do this. The moment you find that in a company or when you're talking to your peers or your network, there is a case. So you have to identify that. Yeah, I hope I have added that.
And I see a question come back a few times, about dilemma, and then people always think about problem solving. Oh, we need to talk about problems. No, you don't need to talk about problems. Yes, talking about problems is often interesting, but you can also talk about opportunities. The real thing is, you want to talk about some decision point that executives have within an organization where there is multiple feasible options, so that there is a possibility for a strong classroom discussion. But it doesn't have to be a dilemma. It can be an opportunity. It can be it can be a change in the external environment that creates an opportunity. It can be an internal change. It can be all kinds of different things depending on the discipline. There was also a question about, can you write about startups in India? You should never start, I would say, with the company. You want to start with, what do you want to teach? What academic concepts, what theories, how do you want to teach students to apply, certain academic knowledge to address a problem, right? For example, let's say I'm a company and a competitor enters the market, in what way can companies scare away new entrants into an industry? Or when a new entrant enters, what strategic options do you have as a corporation? So you want to start with, okay, what is your learning objective? And then you can look for a company that has interesting issues. Actually, sometimes you have the company first, you have a company, but you always have to go back to, okay, what do we actually want to teach? So, you can write any type of case on a startup. You can write, an HR case, you can write a management case, you can write a strategy case, you can write, a legal case, you can write an ethics case, you can a finance case, you can write an accounting case, you can write a case within any discipline on a startup. So it is not really about the company you write about. Now, one thing I want to say about startups, and we heard about Professor Bhagnata's very successful cases on Amazon, etc. The issue with writing cases on startups is that typically they're not very popular. Why not? Because people that teach entrepreneurship or talk about startups mostly in the classroom have strong local networks, and they tend to talk about entrepreneurial businesses within their own ecosystem. So, a case on a startup in Hong Kong is probably not going to be very popular in India unless that startup really becomes a unicorn and becomes famous. So when you write about a startup, actually, you really don't want to focus too much about the startup. You really want to focus about, the academic, the challenge or the opportunity that the company is facing more than the company.
Thank you, Professor Jeroen. I'd like to also add here, I agree with him that it's not the startup, but it's actually the theory or the practice that you have to look at. But be very careful with startups, because if you write on a startup and after 2 years the startup disappears, your case is gone. So right on startups which are successful, or they've got some VCs, or they have been in the line for at least 5 years and they've survived. For example, Bharat Pay has disappeared, So you can write a controversial case on that, but then what do you do about it? How would you? It's a complexity or failures of strategy, etc., can come up there. So you'll have to look at a startup which is sustainable one for a long period of time, and that could have issues which could be HR or finance or mergers and acquisitions, or how do I go into the next journey. When we were at Harvard Business School, Noam Wasserman would write on entrepreneurs, consultantpreneur. We also got very inspired by that, and he would write on Professor Noam Wasserman would write on couplepreneurs, and we wrote on consultantpreneurs and greenpreneurs, and on womenpreneurs as well, latest case on that. But then the startup did not disappear. So we wrote it there, but the questions were more on circular economy. It was more on bias. It was more on how women have to survive in the womenpreneur case, the system here, and how do you get out of the bias, which is system 1 thinking, system 2 thinking. How do you do acquisition? How do you get funding for this startup? Where do you look at where people don't take you seriously as a woman? Where would you get a funding also for this when they're not even looking at that? So major embedded biases were coming out in the system, which was applicable to all SAARC nations, SAARC nations, whether it is Maldives or Bangladesh or Sri Lanka or India or Pakistan or Nepal. So it's all the students would read on that. Even people in Hong Kong would read it there, because they said, okay, what's happening there? Is there a embedded bias? So it's the important, what Jeroen said, it's important for the issue. That could be a startup, it could be an entrepreneurial firm, it could be a big firm, it could be a MSME firm, it could be a family-owned business, it could be anything. But what is the issue? It could be a change management issue, it could be a strategy issue, it could be an issue on human resource management, it could be a finance issue, it could be economics of management issues, it could be any issues of strategy or marketing, right? The best case is that the Fitbit case, if you've read it, that they make their dog wear the Fitbit and the dog walks, and then they get that the Fitbit score for the entrepreneur. I mean, they said, what is this happening? Yeah, and that's a lovely case for a class. This is what digital marketing is doing, and that's where there is a dilemma there. It's one of the cases there, international business there. So get those funny stories there, where you make your dog wear the Fitbit and you get the score, and say, what's happening? Is that true? They said, yes, that's true. Maybe somewhere it's happening, and that has a global appeal. He said, how can anybody do like that? So then you have fun also with that. I hope you've enjoyed the session.
I think everybody has enjoyed this session today. It's wonderful. Soumya, before we close, I think I take this opportunity to barge in between, because we today, when we designed this whole session, we thought we'll do it before the competition actually starts, so that everybody gets an insight as to how they need to be looking into the cases. The cases have already reached us, and probably there might be some observations they've already gotten, and they would be now thinking about as to how the case can be better written. Because I think every time when we are ready with our product, there are few more suggestions which actually trigger the improvement areas. But I think this is a great opportunity to listen to 3 great people who have authored many cases. And I mean, coming from very, very diverse schools, I mean, when you look into what we do at Asia Case Research Center, what we do at Harvard, what we do at MDI, and what we do it at ICRC, I mean, they are all aimed at the same direction, but probably we look into a lot of other activities apart from the cases. But what we are actually looking forward now is that these inputs that the expert panel has shared today, maybe some of them might help you to really shape up your presentations tomorrow. Maybe that might really give you a stronger insight as to what should be the pitch for your case tomorrow. And maybe a later point in time, you might like to really update some of the things with your cases. And before I take on to the whole competition criterias, I would request Soumya to do the needful for the panelists today before I announce the rule of the games for tomorrow.
Pleasure. I will say, Anuja, this last session of the conference is like a cherry on the top. Our sincere thanks to the distinguished panel, Jeroen, Professor Jyotsna, Ms. Angela. You've been wonderful. And this is very much evident in the chat box itself. All our participants have not only enjoyed, but have also learned a lot in this very session. So thank you so much on behalf of AIMA and ICRC. It has been an absolutely enlightening and enriching day with all our experts and speakers. And before we end today's conference, the third case writing conference, I would now like to formally invite Dr. Anuja Pandey. She heads the India Case Research Center, and we request Dr. Pandey to tell all of us in detail about the competition which is happening tomorrow and the closing ceremony day after. Over to you, Anuja.
So, Professor Pandey, we can leave now.
Yeah, ma'am, I'm really thankful for you joining at the late hours. I think for Jeroen and Angela, it has been very, very late in the evening. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. And we'd love to, just a small suggestion, if Soumya could open her video, it helps. Otherwise, you know, speaking to a black window doesn't really help us. It looks rude. Thank you so much, Professor Jeroen and Angela. Lovely talking to you.
I was doing it just to save a little bandwidth. I tried opening my video.
No, it's okay, but you could say that. I understand. Yeah, it looks. That's why I'm an Indian. That's why I said it out, that it looks a little rude. So that's why our guests can understand that it is there. So once in a while. Thank you, Professor Anuja, and thank you, Angela and Jeroen. Nice meeting you. See you sometime. Bye-bye. All the best to all our participants. Thank you, Soumya, and all the best to your case competition and conference.
Thank you, Dr. Patnagar, and Jeroen and Angela. I would like to really share that we have been really blessed with the support that we are getting from Hong Kong Business School, Asia Case Research Center. Every time we have reached out to you, you have supported us into our call, and I think that is our mission, that we make teach our faculty members down in India to write good cases, and these good cases reach out to the better part of the world also. And some of the cases can be read and taught in the major B schools across the world. So I think that was a very, very enlightening session. And Jeroen and Angela, as we had agreed, I'll also share at this platform that a lot of cases which are being presented today and tomorrow can actually be part of the Asia Case Research Center activity. We have worked out a forum from where we'll be, those cases which have been presented here and have been evaluated would further be shared with Asia Case Research Center. Their whole team of people who review the cases would look into it, do the needful before and some of them would finally make a publication into the Asia Case Research Center. So we will be talking a little more about it in my presentation. I'll take just 10 minutes. I know it's very, very late in the evening. Jeroen and Angela, I think that was a great thing that you have been there. And I'll just, in case you are in a hurry to leave, I'll thank you for you being there. And Jyotsna ma'am, I think it's had been a great pleasure listening to you. You've been an author for some of the best cases of the world and taught so many people across India about case writing. I think hearing you was a great pleasure, and everyone has learned a lot. And we look forward for the mentoring support from each one of you here. And we would reach out to you once this case competition is over so that we can really share more insights to our participants and make this whole activity of what we are doing at India Case Research Center more meaningful for each one of you. So I'll just quickly share my screen, talk about what exactly.
I have to leave. Yeah, please, I have a minute. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye, Jerome. Bye, and all the
Bye.
best to all the
Bye-bye.
participants. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. We do understand. I think that time is very, very important. But I'll just for all the participants, I'll take another 5-7 minutes to really describe as to what we need to do about the tomorrow's competition. I think everybody here would have got their track, and we know what we are here for. Tomorrow we have the tracks. We have got 8 tracks in which we are making up the presentation. My colleague Shiny James has shared you a lot of details about the tracks where you are being required to be presenting. The Zoom links have been shared with each one of you. And also we would have the jury team. Each of the session would have 3 people as the jury. We would have 2 of my AIMA colleagues also supporting us in each of the track session. And we are looking forward for a very, very healthy competition. And this is where we are trying to promote how we can really encourage more and more high quality cases developed and published through India Case Research Center. And we are looking for cases which can be used for a teaching purpose. And that is why if you look into our discussions, we had very strongly focused as to what we are actually aiming at. We are looking for teaching cases, and I think every case that actually has made it to the competition today is where we have thoroughly seen the teaching note. And I think teaching note was the first thing that we document that our evaluators had seen. And then we looked into the case, and then we thought that this is something which can actually make it to the competition. So when you look into it, when we looked into the cases, we had given up the track areas where we were encouraging participants to write their cases. So accordingly, we have set in the tracks. Some of the tracks have been combined. So when you look into ESG, strategy, CSR, these are some areas which we have tried to combine together. Digital transformation, data sciences again are being combined track. So we'll be holding up the presentation in the 8 stipulated tracks. And as you know, this is a competition. We are trying to find out some of the best cases for year 2023. And this is a great opportunity for each of the academician who has written a case, and also some of the corporate people who have contributed cases. And I think it's a great opportunity that you will also get huge publication opportunities coming along with the competition. So I'll just briefly talk about how we are going to evaluate you tomorrow. I'm sure we have shared the evaluation criteria when we had announced the document for the case competition. So your evaluation is basically done on 2 documents, that is your main case and the teaching note. We have divided the whole evaluation process into your 60% weightage is given to the case that you have written, and 40% weightage is given to the whole concept of teaching note, which was very widely discussed today in the session by our all panelists. So where we say this case is going to be the teaching document for any faculty across the world when they pick up your case to teach. So that's why the emphasis is very, very strong onto the teaching note. Tomorrow, when we are looking into your cases, we say that we would really try to focus as to what is the content of the case, how this case is relevant, why should this case be taught into a B school? Is the problem a management problem which needs attention for the faculty member and the students who are going to be future manager? If that is the content or the relevance is correct, you would be scoring very high marks for it. The other part that we are trying to focus is the quality of research. And when you say quality of research, each of the case, I'm sure the case author has gone in depth, done a great kind of research, met the protagonist, with the case organization, done a real good secondary data analysis. And based on all the primary inputs and the secondary inputs, you have done written a case. So we are trying to look into it. How strong was your research there? We are looking into the versatility of usage. When you look into a case can, as you all know, can be used at multiple forums, multiple departments, multiple functional areas. So we are looking into the versatility of the case, whether is it, having only an application into some part of geographies, or it is like a whole India, a world case, which is there. So the versatility also has a very great merit in the evaluation. And then the summary and the abstract, how well they are written. So your language, your content are equally important to us. We are also looking into as to how you have really created the the personality of the protagonist, how you have created the hook, how you have really built up the dilemma into the case. I mean, this is something which has been talked about in our preceding session where we talked about how the dilemma was created. So we'll try to judge whether this really creates a lot of interest for the reader. I mean, the case is interesting, and then they look forward for the next paragraph and the next paragraph, and then they start looking into solving the problem. So potential usage into the classroom, the engaging, the readability is something which we are trying to focus. The quality of writing and the writing style is very, very important, because that's something which is very, very critical for any of the case which would be finally making into the competition, and also would be then been judged for some of the best part for it. Now, when we look into the second document that we are going to evaluate, we have evaluated, though the preliminary evaluations have already been done, and we are now looking for how well you present these documents. So the second document that we're going to look into is a teaching note. We are trying to address all the elements which are typically the part of teaching note. We have already shared a format in which generally at India Case Research Center, we expect the teaching note to be drafted. So we are trying to see how you have met with the parameters, how you have actually linked the theory, as we have talked about, that case, if it is not a case which has a theory, then it is not a case for us. So very strongly, we are looking into the theoretical concept which is behind the case, and how well you have addressed it into your case when you have written the case and the teaching note. We are looking into the comprehensiveness of the case in terms of how how effective or how comprehensive the case is. And maybe we are trying to really see how we would be really making sure that there is a clarity about what is the teaching objective and the theory behind it. You have linked it well, and that is reflected into your case document. And the reference reading, additional reading material, how thoughtful and mindful you have been when you have been writing cases around it. Did you really follow up the taxonomy? Did you test the case? I mean, how many times did you test the case? What were the recommendations and how the changes have happened? So this is where we are trying to look into the whole structure of your cases, and we know we would be looking forward for a very qualitative presentation tomorrow. So primarily, we are giving you 10 minutes for the presentation of the case. All the jury members have an access to your case and teaching note. They've already gone through it. And you would be making up a presentation, and we would suggest do not use too many slides. Your slides focus should be around the parameters on which we are trying to judge. So maybe it would be a very, very good idea that you start with some of the abstract, why you have chosen the case, what is the theory behind it, and the teaching methodology and how you have crafted the case, and probably the reference material, what is the prior learning that you're looking forward for this case, the post learning that you're looking forward for the case. So these are things that we would be looking forward. 10 minutes would be given for you for the presentation. Our learned jury, at least 3 of them would be there in each of the session, in each of the track session would be asking you questions. So how well you have answered those questions, that would be very, very critical for you tomorrow. So we hope that all of you would stick to your time frames, because sticking to the time frame is also very important, because as a faculty member, we are being asked to make sure that we do our task in the stipulated time frame. So these are some of the parameters by which we would be evaluating you tomorrow. Tomorrow is a great day because it's a day where we are on the basis of your cases and the presentation that you make. You have a chance to win some of the best prize case, which is priced at ₹1 lakh Indian rupees. Second best winner of the second best prize gets a check of 50,000 rupees, and the third one gets a check of 25,000 rupees. Apart from that, there are a couple of certificates which are there, and there are certificate of excellence, certificate of merit, and there is everybody who's presenting is also getting a certificate of presentation. But what we are looking forward is that you all, some of you make it to the certificate of merit, certificate of excellence, and we are looking forward as to who would be the real winner for us tomorrow. But I know every case presenter is a winner for us because he has taken up a pain to write a case. has gone through this particular process, almost spent 3 months to really think about the case, write the case, visit the organization, share the document. So I think everybody is a winner for us. But yes, we do have some of the prizes just to encourage people to write more cases, because this is something which is now catching up in India. And I think in every B school, we are trying to focus to use more and more cases. So to use more and more cases, we need more and more cases, and we need more and more faculty, not only just writing cases, teaching through cases. This is a whole shift that we are we are trying to do. And that is why the India Case Research Center was set in. And if you have heard the past AICTE chairman today morning, this is what is the mandate of Government of India, where we want to encourage more of the practical learning in our classrooms. So you are actually contributing to the call of the country on improving the standard of management education in India. So tomorrow is the whole day for the presentation. My colleague, as I said, has already shared you the links. I'm sure some of my colleagues have also reached out to you to confirm your presentation timings. On 15th, we will be declaring the results. 15th timings for the results, we have shifted it to the forenoon. My slides were prepared a little early. So we have shifted the presentation to the forenoon. We'll share the detailed presentation ceremony details with you. And on 15th, we also have some of the valuable sessions, 2 valuable sessions. One is onto the tips of improving up your cases. And second on what is an editor's call for the cases. So what is an editor's choice for the cases. So please do log in for 15th workshops also. So as far as the cases are concerned, the last year winner case was a wonderful case, which was written by Dr. Praveena Rajiv and Sankaran Basu. This was a case into finance area, a very, very well-written document. And when I did my curtain raiser for this competition, I had shared the case. The case was not only well written with a very strong teaching note, it also had very strong exhibits. A lot of Excel sheets were shared, a lot of videos were also part of it. So anybody who picks up this case is only, has been equipped with complete manual to use the case. So it was a wonderful document which was being created, and that is why this case really got into the category of the winner. And the second case that and this was a case which had a very strong implication, and the pickup of the organization choice itself was very, very good. So when you look into the second case, which was again a case which was written by 3 co-authors, and this was a case where we were talking about the startup case. But yes, it was a very, very strong case when it had its merit to really come through the competition. So, and I'm sure you've seen the third was a co-author. There were 2 co-winners for it because our jury could not really judge which is the better one. So we are today, in the very first competition, we had very, very good cases around very strong management theories. So what we are actually looking forward is that maybe once you start your presentations tomorrow, you have still got some time to really look into it. Maybe some of you would like to define the presentation style, and we have already shared some of the tips with you. So we look forward for each one of you to join us sharp at 10 o'clock tomorrow for the sessions. I am sure you have got the links for your session. So we look forward for a very, very engaging sessions tomorrow. I hope the agenda that we had set in for today was something which would have brought in value to each one of you. And as far as publication is concerned, once the competition is over and we have judged the best cases, there would be a discussion that we will be holding with each one of you to really share the publication opportunities. So publication opportunities are, of course, with India Case Research Center, where every case which has reached us, which would further be refined with our review team and our copy editors and would make it to a publication. We also, as we have talked about, we are also looking forward for the support of Hong Kong Business School Asia Case Research Center for publication of some of the cases there. Emerald has also joined hand with us, and probably some of the cases which would be first published by India Case Research Center would then be moving on to the Emerald Emerging Market Case Research Center. We also have some of the opportunities with South Asia Case Journal. That is the AIMSA journal that we have. So maybe some of them would make out to that. So we have 3 major journals. Those faculty members who want to have their cases simultaneously published in some of the journals, the 3 journal opportunities are also there available. And some of the cases would also be published as far in form of a booklet, because this is what our mandate with AICTE is, that we would be handing over them some of the cases in form of a booklet, which can be used by Indian B schools for consumption. I mean, we want that a lot of faculty member adopt cases. So to do that, we would be publishing some of the cases in ISBN listed book publication, and they would make it to the collection, which would then be distributed through the AICTE mandate to the B schools to really, for the faculty members to really use those cases into the classroom. So there are many publication opportunities. We have a whole system of people who would be working once the competition is over. Before the publication, there are a couple of steps which would be there, and my whole review team, my copy editing team would be working with you to really refine the case further. So I would suggest that each one of you, when you are presenting, please take a note of the suggestions which have been given to you during your presentation, and that would make your first review to happen. And maybe once we are through with it, we will be sharing a detailed note as to how we would be going forward. Those who have not shared the release document from the organization, we will be taking up the discussions further regarding that. A lot of you who have written the primary data cases have already shared the release document with us. So for them, we are already would be taking up on a fast track publication. For others, we will have to work out the release document and other requirements, which are generally the part of the process for the release. So I think with that, I would like to end the session today evening. It was great to have you all today. And I think in the morning, we had a tremendous amount of attendance, and people have viewed this not only at the Zoom channel, but I think a lot of them joined onto the social media handles of AIMA, typically the YouTube and the LinkedIn channel. So we look forward for all of you joining us tomorrow sharp at 10 and making up your presentation. If you have have any question, you can reach out to our colleagues and probably post up into the WhatsApp group your queries. We are all available for you, and wish you all the best. See you tomorrow morning, and thank you, Angela and Jaron, for being there and supporting us in all our endeavors.
Thank you so much. It was a great discussion. Very nice to have met all of you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and good luck with your competition.
Thank you. Good luck to everyone. See you tomorrow morning. Thank you, and good night from India.